heart was yearning, but now I can see the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away. You fooled me a while, you thought you were wise, you even believed I fell for your lies. heart was once yearning, but now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away, is dying away.
American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the bubbly, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all to bleed red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one, but I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I put my people to death.
All right, we are rolling in here on a Friday night, and where else would you be but with yours truly? No white guilt on a Friday night. That is where you want to be. How's everybody doing? Is the microphone working? Let me just make sure that these other platforms are working. It's great to see you all. And yeah, let me know if the mic is working, because we've had that issue lately. Where else could you be? Well, if you had a micro penis, you might be over watching a little micro penis. This is not the place for you if that's your ailment. Okay, that's all working. And what about over here? Everything seems to be working. Please share the URL since we are starting a little early, because why not? Why not? I had some things to do, and it looked like I was going to be a little bit later, but let me get these things into place, and we'll be able to watch a few things. Jason, Aldean, what are you all thinking about this? Have you all had some thoughts? We're going to take a look at some of this. I think we'll maybe even look through the video itself. I've not seen the video. So we will watch that together. We will watch Buddy Brown together, our favorite cuck of the cuck-servative variety. We shall watch him. Looks like the thunder from down under is with us. Have you all gotten into debates about this? Have you all gotten into conversations about this? And the different arguments that are being made, the different positions that are being presented, let me know what's going on out there so that I can help address. That's what Going Free is all about. If you're new here, most welcome to be with us. I am Jason Kuna. I am one of the many champions, not too many, but one of the many champions in service to white well-being. You see a lot of the others are in the live chat right now. Feel free to reach out to them. Greats like Franklin and For Null, Cool Papa J Magic, Lunder from Down Under, all here. I see Winged Productions is here. Oh, he says, thanks for the autograph. Using your vocabulary. Awesome, man. That is fantastic. And I'm going to get you your audio. It's the audio. No, it's the Kindle version is what you want. Let me make another. I've got a note about that. Let me make another one, though. And just mini notes to make sure a thing gets done is a good thing. Lacey is with us. Great to see you, sister. Masumik is here. Masumik. Who else? There's the Elaine, the great Elaine Sabatino. Big Promethean hails to For Null. A god among men. A god man. A god among god men. Promethean healing. Wonderful to see you, champion. Great to see you. White Wolf is with us. Golden Honeybee. That's a cool name. Great to see you. All right. Victorian Time Traveler. I'm heading over to meet some friends, and there is zero chance of an argument with anyone about historical revisionism breaking out. I used to think that it was my duty to spread that. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for being the hero in service to white well-being that you are now, instead of running us and yourself into the ground. Spud is here. Spud Ruckus. Hello, sister. Great to see you. Joel is here. Wonderful to see you. Matt Mittens. Wonderful to see you. Owning Anti-White Goblins is with us. All right, what are we going to talk about? Everybody has seen this, right? Shauna Shaw, great to see you, sister. Everybody has seen this thing about Jason Aldean, right? I don't really know who he is. He's a country music singer, But the picture I found online when I looked him up didn't look very country to me, but so be it. And he wrote this song, and what's it called? It's called Try That in a Small Town. And it's one of these, lots of bluster with no substance, because of course the anti-whites could shut a small town. They could shut a city down. They shut a small town down in a heartbeat. And then certainly the government can do that. But it's the bluster that keeps, you'll notice what's happening right out of the gate here. You'll notice what's happening since there was that freedom. There was this freedom of speech on the internet. It was the Wild West. And for a while, how many years? Was it like maybe 10 years? All the way up until, what was it? Was it 2016 or so? When the shunting, when the great censorship, when they were censoring everybody, and it just got worse and worse. Maybe it was started a little bit before then, shutting whole platforms down, silencing everybody who wasn't anti-white enough. You'll notice now that, and this will continue, this will increase, that the resistance to anti-whiteism that will be allowed to exist will be this utterly toothless, feckless resistance, the same resistance that we have seen against anti-whiteism for our entire lives. And of course, parents and grandparents can speak to the same sort of, you'll hear it come out of their mouths, this sort of feckless, hollow resistance that is fraught with confusion and head scratching and, my non-white friend. That is everywhere to be found. It's truly pathetic. That will be allowed to flourish, and other forms will of course be diminished. They silence us. They prevent us from reaching people, and they will permit some of the most radical out there, so that they can use those to catch, like sort of honey traps, either ones they set or ones they permit to flourish, and or manipulate along the way. But you'll see more and more of this resistance, this faux resistance, this meaningless resistance. It's all like bald eagle pictures and American flags flying in the background, this sort of thing. It'd be like the cry of, it's not even the eagle. The bald eagle doesn't make that strident noise. It's most often that's a sound of a hawk, but nevertheless, they'll show you this. It'll be this picture of the eagle, this scream of the eagle, the flags flying, jacked up trucks, and beer, of course, and then these white guys that are like, well, I'll turn my daughter right over to a non-white guy. As long as he loves the Constitution, that kind of shit. That will be what's allowed to flourish. So when I see this, try that in a small town, unless he's going to go like, and he obviously didn't, because I would be hearing a lot more about this. If he went like really like legit Southerner, like legit fed up white guy, then who's the company that owns him? They wouldn't have even allowed it to be made if it was something like that. They would just say, nope, not in our studios. No, we'll just turn off the electricity. No, we'll just turn off the air conditioning, like I'm hearing they're doing about some of these movie theaters. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe you all can clue me in. Great to see everybody again. Victorian time traveler. Anti-whites absolutely do things like that in small towns. They were even doing that in the late early 50s. I have a family story. Wing of Production says, impressed we normally hear a hawk and not an eagle. Ah, well, yes, indeed. Many tidbits of information I hold between my ears so that I may share them with you all. Lunder is going to sleep. Is that, are we saying good night or good day? Ash is here. Lady is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Lady Anglo. Who else has shown up? Please share that we are live with your friends, family, your circles of influence, because we're about to educate everybody. We're about to educate you, make you knowledgeable in a way that will empower you. Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and let me just do this for a brief moment. You'll see me in avatar for a brief moment, but then that will be rectified. And I will be back on the screen. I should have applause going right now. Mini applause going. In fact, let me just go ahead as I'm going to have to, I've got to fix pull my pants down and fix my shirt. So let me do that here. My shirt. Yes, that's a normal reaction. That's a normal reaction when I pull my pants down. So not everybody can say that. The guys here can say that, but not everywhere they can say that. So let's find, what should we start? Let's start with that nasty little thing there, shall we? Let me know if you can hear her. Let me turn this on. Volume up. Let me make it there for me.
Horrible song and it's annoying.
Okay, horrible song and it's annoying. Did anybody hear that? Is it audible? Over the course of this Roland Going Free, you may tag me as No White Guilt. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you want to disagree with me, that's fine. Just make it polite, and then I will eviscerate you. I will spill your guts onto the floor. If you're polite, I will do it politely. If you aren't, then probably one of the troll slayers will get to you. And but if they don't, or even if they do, I still might see the comment, and I will eviscerate you in absentia. So there's that option. You may also financially gift over the course of the roll-in Going Free. You can do so over at Odyssey for cash dollars. You can do it in their weird little cryptocurrency. You can financially gift on D Live, which is up and running with their weird little cryptocurrency. You may financially gift in cash dollars on Entropy, which is up and running, but I don't see anybody there, so I don't know that it's working for everybody, but it's up and running at least. And then finally, Cash App, you may financially gift there in cash or in a cryptocurrency. I don't know which ones they take, but you'll see when you get there. And I read all comments that have a financial gift with them, of course. It makes sense. We're going to rock tonight. Evil Author is here. Hello to you and welcome. And Owning Anti-White Goblin says, I reached out to Baldur and was able to get a large list of Icelandic words, as well as other lexicon. Many champions made in their languages. We'll post Icelandic version eventually. Thank you so much. Fantastic work you are doing. God bless you. Folks, keep an eye out for the great FourNull, because he's occasionally doing, and I tweeted about it and I retweeted his tweet about it. He occasionally does these, I don't know, like 12, 24-hour streams of fantastic music. And are there visuals as well? That cycle, brother. And he'll let you know. And please, FourNull, provide your YouTube link so that people can follow that over and follow FourNull. Follow him even if you don't think you're going to stop by for the music or the visuals or anything. Just give him a follow, because in this world of superficiality, people look at the numbers and they say, well, how many people are interested? And then if they see a bunch, then they think that they'll be interested too, and they'll click follow as well. So please do that as part of your service to White Wellbeing, the great champion FourNull, working hard. Elaine Sabatino says her internet is sketchy tonight. We will use the power of Prometheus to push through a clear internet stream to Elaine Sabatino. Short of that, we will get moving here. I would have applause from those who saw me strip if they didn't faint. Says the thunder from down under Lunder. Manufactured outrage, says Wing It, about this artist. Is Fernald still with us? If he is, Fernald, what do you know about this Jason Aldean? Is he actually an anti-white, or does anybody else know that? But let's go ahead and listen to this witch right here and what she has to say, and we'll take a look at the article quickly.
It's a deplorable song and it's annoying.
Okay, deplorable song. That's coming from one Hillary Clinton for the deplorables. And then you had everybody say, well, they're a deplorable. Don't do that. We know not to do that here. You do not use their locutions, because then you legitimize their ideology. You legitimize their positions. So she's saying here it's a horrible song. Now, this is a fascinating thing. Did you all hear what she had to say? And a big thank you to Rapunzel for providing this news. Big thank you to Rapunzel for providing this news. This is going to be a position of convenience. And anti-whites do this all the time. You need to know how to phrase this. It is convenient for these anti-whites at The View to say what they're about to say.
Gun that my granddad gave me, they say one day they're going to round up. Well, that S might fly in the city. Good luck. It's very divisive and provocative, but I defend his right to do this video.
Absolutely.
Okay, right there. You have to be able to handle this. People who are even, vagues that are not radical anti-whites, they'll be inclined to mention something like this. Well, they're defending the right to say these things. They say they find it reprehensible, deplorable, but they still want to allow him to speak. So they're obviously for freedom of speech. Are they? This is something you have to be prepared for. It's convenient for these anti-whites to say that they would like him to be able to speak because he's been censored. If he had not been censored, they would be calling for him to be censored. This is how it always works. So own what I just told you. Make it part of your thinking process, the dialectic. An anti-white will readily feign an inclination to a virtue or a principle in Western civilization, such as freedom of speech, when it's convenient to do so, or when it will serve their objective of getting anti-white speech to the public in whatever form. So there might be another anti-white out there in society who wants to talk about how children should be, all children, especially those white little children, they should be exposed to men and women, mostly men, naked in the streets, having parades talking about transgenderism and pedosexualism, and they should be exposed to that. Anti-whites like this and other ones who feign some sort of pinky in the air, ivory tower mentality or persona, they will say, well, this is I don't like the speech, but this is a matter of freedom of speech. So we need to allow them to speak this way. Because if we don't, then it's this breach and it's a public trust issue and everything collapses. This, of course, is a self-serving position. Anti-whites have done this all along. And the people they most easily, and this is really pertinent tonight, the people they most easily manipulate with this are the people like Buddy Brown and his fans and Jason Aldean, because they go around and they say, well, we have these principles that we live by, and we apply them in every single case, and we allow ourselves to be victimized by them. The anti-whites never allow themselves to be victimized by their principles. They will throw freedom of speech overboard the minute it serves their anti-white interest. That's really what differentiates a cuck-servative from a run-of-the-mill, maybe conservative vague who hasn't found us yet, who hasn't found white positivity. That's really sort of the dividing line. The cuck conservative, the cuck-servative will allow himself or herself to be victimized by their principles and will just be outraged and make an appeal to an invisible judge in the sky of fairness. The judge of fairness will appear from a tree, maybe from a well, perhaps from the wheel well of a jacked up truck. The fairness fairy appears and says, naughty liberals, naughty wokies, you have been naughty, and I'm going to right the scales here. No, unfortunately, that doesn't happen. These people think it will. And that's because there are more than a few screws loose in their heads. Or maybe there were just no screws there at all to begin with. But nevertheless, maybe that's why things rattle so much in their heads. But nevertheless, this is something that you really must own. This can't just be a, wow, the no wank ilk guy made a neat point tonight. This is something you got to walk away from this owning, and you implement it in your life at every opportunity. Again, a anti-white professor who makes this feign to a sophisticated, erudite, educated, urbane persona will defend anti-whites in the streets, the most vulgar anti-whites, and they will use things like principle of freedom of speech, just like this disgusting gargoyle anti-white is doing here. Happily will say, well, it's freedom of speech. In that case, he or she or it will say, well, I don't necessarily prescribe to, or subscribe to rather, the idea of children making their way to the parade where the men and women are naked and fornicating and talking about sex between adults and children. I don't necessarily endorse that, but it's their freedom of speech. And here in America, this is a hallowed. You know what I think about their freedom of speech? On fire. On king fire. Nothing anti-white should be allowed to be spoken. That's the bottom line. It should be the entirety of society should say it's absolutely immoral, reprehensible, and then made illegal. But it should be the response of people, the breach of morality that prohibits anti-white speech. King prohibit it. You hear what I'm saying? We are not cuck-servatives. We are not going to allow you anti-white bastards to victimize us with the freedom of speech that we know you toss overboard as soon as it suits you, and that you will champion as soon as it suits you. Not only muscles and well endowed in multiple ways. Not only muscles, but well endowed in multiple ways. But the one here that's pertinent is intellectually. How does that feel? I know the intellectuals who consider themselves right of center within the anti-white narrative. It hurts them so much to look at somebody with my physique and my prowess and be outthought by them. But hey, this is what nature did to you, not me. So, if Aldean had not been censored by, was it country music television, CMT? I don't watch it. It's all anti-white. If he had not, this woman right here would be calling for him to be censored. This is a position of convenience. Please use that at every opportunity.
Because they can't censor me, they shouldn't censor him either. But he has to understand that the big cities are supporting the small towns. 70 blue counties are responsible.
So this is interesting take here where she goes with this, that it's economic. She goes to the economics of it, which again becomes a tool available to an anti-white when they feel confident that racially, sociologically, they've destroyed the opposition. They've destroyed their victims.
Well, for 70% of America's economy.
Their argument.
The big cities are really providing the things that you have in these small towns. You should not be against big cities.
Okay. This is a totally facile argument. Do not get into it. This is a dumb thing that I see people do all the time. White people will do all the time. Anti-whites always set the table, and then white people will fucking pull up a chair, like with a goddamn giant dunce cap on. They're just like, yeah. They'll pull right up. You know, it's like pulling up to, I don't play cards or gamble or anything, but could you imagine somebody's gambling and the house, which always wins in the end. Not only do they always win in the end, but you can see them rigging the game as they're setting it up. And you're still like, here I am. You know, white people do this all the time, of the Buddy Brown type. They do it all the time. So they're setting the table. We want to have a discussion about cities, and do cities provide wealth to small town? I mean, it's a completely ridiculous subject. It's totally, because why? You can manipulate by way of perspective and data. If it feels to me like at this moment an infinite number of ways. But more importantly, I hope those who are going free, they figured this out. This is not a subject matter that it's pertinent to our well-being. So you're wasting your time with a conversation that's totally irrelevant. And we don't have time for irrelevant conversations. Do cities support the small towns, or do small towns support the cities? Or is there more harm? There'll be a lot of content creators that'll go down this road. And then folks out there in the white sympathetic sphere, they'll look and they'll go, well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So true. He's making a great argument. And then some anti-white will be in the thread, will argue it from a different perspective, and will make just as powerful of a point. And there'll be factual disputes that nobody can remedy. And then no progress has been made. So please, we don't fall for this. Let's not do that. It's totally immaterial. I would say to her, who cares? And I would go right in for the jugular.
Cities. Yeah, you do agree that he should be allowed to say whatever he wants.
Because as a lawyer, when I put my legal hat on, I don't believe in censorship.
Her legal hat. I wonder how sharp that legal hat would be if there wasn't an anti-white moral imperative that said she had to be given a slot at university and she had to be given a slot at law school. And what about when it came to passing the bar? Did she do that legitimately? Maybe she did. All of that legitimately. But of course, we'll never know in the anti-white West, will we?
Right. However, this man...
You can see the power of this, though. You can see the power. And these schools, these universities across the West, the biggest ones, have massive non-white populations, way in excess of their percentage of the overall population. The white race is vastly underrepresented. These people are the ones who are going into and have been going into the leadership class or caste, and they hate you. More importantly, you have non-white people, not all of them, of course, but here's the problem. The great majority that go through those big universities are going to be radically anti-white, whether white or non-white. But as we can see, it's these big universities are predominantly non-white, vastly overrepresented by their percentage in the population. Here's something to consider that perhaps you have not considered before. If there are non-white people, imagine a non-white person who's not anti-white, and they get into university and they get grades and they get passed, and they know, everyone knows that their race is playing, or sex, some degree in their favor. They know that. They are in an environment that is hostile to white people. They might not be anti-white, but they're in an environment that's hostile to white people and to the projection of white people. Do you see where I'm going with this? Western civilization, Western culture. Are they going to be able to, let me rephrase this. How many of those non-white people who are now vastly overrepresented at universities are going to stand up against the violent zeitgeist ideology, a ideology empowered with a religious zeal, how many of them are going to stand up against it in their coveted high salaried executive level jobs when they know that their individual stance is going to do nothing to push back against this zeitgeist, to push back against anti-whiteism, when they know that they would be sacrificing their own life for no good, versus using their race as a cloak against the witch hunt that is hunting down white people. They will use their race as a cloak, a cover, a shield of protection against the violent anti-whites who are hunting down white projections and Westmen everywhere they go. Of course, you know the answer to that. So you have a scenario where who knows the percentage of non-white people at these elite universities who are becoming, have been becoming, and will continue to become in greater numbers, the elite, the oligarchs, the ruling class, the ruling caste in the United States, Canada, the rest of the West. Maybe the percentage of them, these non-white people that are not anti-white, is quite high, but they are not united in this individualism of economic success, scholastic success. There's no unity there. They're not going to suddenly congeal against anti-whiteism without the go-free method, of course, the lexicon here. So in fact, you end up with a scenario where the vast majority of these non-white people who are now becoming, and have become, as I say, the ruling class across the West, are going to just keep their mouths shut and use their race and their sex as a cloak and shield against the victimization of white people. And so that's what you see in this anti-white right here.
And it's from Macon, Georgia. My father's from Augusta, Georgia, and Macon, Georgia. I spent many summers.
Father is from Augusta and Macon, Georgia. Let's see what she says.
Summers there. Yeah, both. I spent many summers there. It is one of the most racist places in this country.
Okay, hates the place where it's how her father obviously was not with her mother, and lived in these two places, or maybe on the border if they abut, in Georgia. And she says it's evil, it's pure evil. What makes it evil in Georgia? What could she be talking about? Is she talking about the trees? Is she talking about the roads? Is she talking about the signs? She's talking about white people. She's talking about Westmen. That's what makes it evil. That's what this word racist means in the anti-white narrative. She's talking about the people who built these two areas in Georgia, who created Georgia, who created the United States, Western civilization, the water that ran there, the electricity that came through the wires, the school that she was able to attend, the vacation spots that she went to. How many, if we put her under a polygraph, how many examples would she be able to give of white people in some way, shape, or form significantly undermining her or her life or threatening her life, what have you, that came from white people? I'd put money down that most of the threats came from her own community, that most of the things that made her life difficult were within her own community. If for no other reason, that's where she was. This is the kind of endless, you can't debate with an anti-white. You see, folks, I'm teaching as we go along here. Why am I doing this? Because I'm empowering you. That's why I'm bothering to say these things. I want you to be more powerful in your conversations in your own head and with your friends, family, and strangers, so we can change the world. That's why we're talking about this as we go through this. This is why you don't debate whether these two areas in Georgia are this anti-white slur racist, which is something that I'm guessing Aldean would do, because didn't he have a tweet? Can somebody get me the tweet? Because doesn't he say something in a tweet about this being, direct message me if you have this tweet with it, where he says something about, oh, it's not about race and this sort of thing. I would like to see how he responded to this. But this would be the kind of thing they would do. This would be like what Buddy Brown would do. He would talk about, no, we meet your metric of racist. We meet it even better than you do. When we measure ourselves by your metric, we do even better than you do. Of course, what these people don't understand, and which is why we have to break through to their followers and bring them, as many as we can, to go free. And if not, bring them the lexicon so they can start doing this on their own, is because this is the kind of conversation they would get into. When your victimizer controls the metric, the yardstick, what you're being measured by, you can never do better than them. Got it? Let's see. Anything else said here? They're going quiet. They're going quiet on us. Okay, I guess that's Aldean. Criticized country singer Jason Aldean's song, Try That in a Small Town, on Thursday, and described it as deplorable before defending Aldean against any censorship of the song. So self-serving, it makes me want to puke. Oh, no, that's just her face that does that. My apologies. There's no reason. Okay, we just saw what she said. Whoopi Goldberg agreed. Absolutely, she said. Is that his wife? So I'm guessing she's non-white. Can somebody tell me whether his wife is white or non-white? Okay, but he has to understand that big cities are supporting Who Cares. As a lawyer, who cares? And my mother and father became, this is one of the hosts there. And my mother and father, because they were an interracial couple, were run out of South Carolina by the KKK. I call Bravo Sierra on that. Reminds me of a guy years ago when I used to care about these old strategies, and I memorized everything and I would share everything. God, today I would have 100,000 watching live. If I were doing those prescribed methods from back in the day, that the only thing it did was harm me and harm Western kind. And there was a guy who claimed, he went around the country. Please check this out for yourself, because I'm sure it's wrong. I'm sure it's not true. But his name's not coming back to me right now. But he was a black guy, and he traveled the country telling a story about how in his town when he was a child, it might have even been in Georgia, where the Ku Klux Klan showed up one night. They grabbed the uncle. They hanged him, and they made the family come outside. They made the family watch them hang the uncle for sport, then set him on fire in front of the family. It's a pretty gruesome story, very hellish. He went around giving that speech to tens and tens of thousands of students at prestigious universities, and he was paid an ungodly sum of money. Again, check this out to see if it's true. Please check it out to see if it's true. And finally, many years later, the police in the small town have been working on this forever, and they finally cornered him, and they essentially compelled him to reveal that it had not happened. It hadn't happened at all. And his answer for why he went around telling that story was because you knew that was happening elsewhere. Except it wasn't. That's how anti-whiteism works. None of those tens and tens of thousands of people he spoke to, or the hundreds of thousands of dollars that he earned doing this, didn't earn, I guess we should say, none of that was rectified, right? He didn't have to give any of that back. And none of these people who went on to victimize white people in the name of that story that they heard, none of them were followed up with and told the truth, if it happens to be the truth, if any of it happened at all. All right, this is like some more quotes from the people on the View. Just like you talk about people taking care of each other in small towns, we do the same thing in big towns. Who said this? I mean, that's Goldberg. What a surprise. It's horse shit. I mean, total horse shit. I hate when I hear people from big cities and they're like, yeah, we take care of each other. Whatever. All right. In the past 24 hours, oh, this must be Aldean talking. Aldean addressed the criticism of the song on Wednesday. In the past 24 hours, I've been accused of releasing a pro-lynching song. Why would he even repeat that? Song that's been out since May, he added, parenthetically, who cares? And was subject to the comparison that I, direct quote, was not too pleased with the nationwide BLM protest. There is not a single lyric in the song that references race or points to it. And there isn't a single video clip that isn't real news footage. And while I can try and respect others to have their own interpretation of a song with music, this one goes too far, he wrote in a post he shared on Instagram and Twitter. Okay, so he is kind of imbecilic, isn't he? He's like, a song with music. Okay, you wrote that. That wasn't even like he was speaking and then redundant. He actually wrote it and felt good about that and said that out. And he's bothering to mention he respects interpretations of songs. Come on, this is so doughboy. This is so Mayberry moron that you should be able to see that. I mean, even the dumbest folks, even the dumbest conservatives should be able to see. I guess they don't, though, do they? This is the midwittery, and I just find it very difficult to communicate with such people. I can hear them now. I can absolutely hear them now. In fact, we're going to listen to Buddy Brown in just a minute, and I don't know exactly what he says, but I have a hunch. I can hear them right now. It's no. His song isn't about race. No, see, he plenty of white people. Just wait for them to be talking about how the white people are out there. And then we'll take a quick look. We won't listen to the music because, of course, they will, I guess, maybe take down the video on YouTube here. But we'll take a look at the visuals, yeah? And we'll see what kind of visuals they have. Because I have a hunch there. I'm not sure, but I have a hunch that probably half or more than half of the video they show of ne'er-do-wells is going to be light-skinned people. But again, I don't know. We'll see. But isn't that interesting? So let's see what you all are saying, and we'll pull up. There's Lavish. Hello, sister. How are you? Helios Abbott, great to see you. Herman is here. Azimuth Clark, the great Azimuth Clark, is with us. Shelly was here. She's going to bed. Good night, Shelly. Gotta run. Oh, no, gotta pick up her son. All right. Drive safe. E. Essington is here. Hello and welcome. Hyperborean Dream. Great to see you. Oh, the great Reptile is here. Big salute to you, champ. Wonderful to see you tonight on this Friday night. Rick Freedom is here. In a society that isn't anti-white, most people would love big cities. If anti-whiteism didn't exist, I would live in a big city. Debating about big cities is pointless. Precisely, brother. All right. Well, I don't know. Did anybody get back to me on whether or not the wife is non-white? Anon is here. You'll have to tag me as no white guilt. in the chat. Tag me as No White Guilt. Is Jerome here? The great Jerome? Let's proceed. I'll look at some of your comments tonight, too, from the threads, folks. We'll take a look at some of those because you guys are brilliant. Athonite is with us. Welcome. Great to see you. Marlene, hello, sister. Welcome. Good to see you. Just Michelle is with us. Welcome, sister. Great to see you. Time Lord. Time Lord is with us. Give me more time, Time Lord. The masses are too stupid yet. Princess Bubblegum is here. Great to see you, sister. Welcome, welcome. Jason Aldean came out with a statement saying the song was about community regardless of belief or background, but don't common backgrounds and beliefs make communities. Well, precisely. Yeah. But these are the kind of, and thank you for bringing me some information on it. These are the kind of people who will, and I've suffered them. You've suffered them. Your grandparents and parents have suffered them. Maybe even been some of them, where they will make the white flight decision to whitest community, whitest church, whitest lunch table, etc. possible, because that's natural and normal. Every race, in my opinion, every race seems to do that. You look out in the world, doesn't matter. You can have a place heavily mixed of multi-racialized, and you go to the library, you go to the cafeteria, and here you have white people here, military, white people here, black people there, Hispanic people here, Asian people there, right? But these people they know that they'll be the first to say, "Oh no," then they'll grab usually the most angelized group, which is black people. "Oh no, whatever. Leroy is my best friend of the bestest of friends," and it's just when he's not. And maybe for some people, their best friend is a non-white person. But in these cases, what I'm talking about here is when they'll just grab somebody who might be a friend or even just an acquaintance, and they'll make that kind of a comment because they think that they can do better on the metric that an anti-white establishes than an anti-white, which is utterly preposterous. Shauna says her internet is always sketchy when I go live. Two things could be happening there. One is the anti-whites trying to shut us down, preventing the spread of the information because of how powerful it is, how it undermines their anti-white psychological warfare, which is called anti-whiteism. The other thing is that my masculine energy just coursing through the fiber optic cables fries them. So many, one of these days I'm going to get charged by cable companies. They're going to come and find me. Probably even a satellite is going to go down because of the energy. And then you see these masses of people, and they like to follow this Tate guy. And then I just had, his name just slipped me, on Facebook, sent me this compilation of Tate, his interview with Tucker, and then all of this other filth that this guy has said. And he's supposed to be this masculine. He and his brother are supposed to be like these they're teaching masculinity. They are scum. They're absolute, the exact opposite. The exact opposite. But the masses, they're just too dumb to know. They're just too dumb to realize. Elaine Sabatino breaking out the fire, the hearts, the dragons. Love it. All right. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody's financial gift, and we will proceed. Okay. Blank all of those places, and Wow, starting off the night, massive power on. Power on, ladies and gentlemen. Take the volume level, go all the way up. The power is on because New Wangel Clips has shown up with mega power, super wattage. The lights have gone dim in half the country because this man has started to operate, financially gifting tonight 100 white well-being dollars to setting the record straight about the division between a conservative and a run-of-the-mill conservative and how they can take on these tools of the go-free method and make themselves omnipotent. And in a way, omniscient as well. In a way, all-knowing, because you understand the anti-whites. God bless you, brother. That is the great No White Guilt clip celebrating massive raucous emojis. As you all know, please, if you're new and you're watching right now and you're seeing the people start throwing raucous emojis, 07s, 007s, we celebrate each other when financially gift, when we poster, when we call up talk shows and we record that, when we shut down politicians, 2 of them like this guy has, this champion has right here. Give it up for this hero. God bless you, man. Crowns for his head, gems for his feet, 95s for his heart. God bless everybody who is celebrating. Wow. Keep it going. Keep the raucous emojis going. Keep the celebration going. Raising the dome off this one, not just the roof. We're picking the ceiling up off this place. Ace financially gifting tonight. Also 100 protect the white baby dollars. 100 from Ace. And she says, thanks for your hard work and dedication. God bless you so much. Also creating memes out in the different threads, always active. Folks, you could tell both of these people right here, one man of the West, one woman of the West, absolutely epic individuals. You can tell the dividing line between the doers and the observers. The people who are changing the world and those who are just watching it change around them. And for them, it's mostly just for the worst because that's what they like to document. That's what they like to watch all day. God bless the both of these people. Get out the celebrations for these chants. There you go. Looks like Franklin has broke out the unicorns. 007s for both. Crowns for their heads. Gems for their feet. 95s for their hearts and souls. Thank you so very much. That is really how you start the evening. And we also have one more over here from Gus. God bless you, brother. Financially gifting 8 white well-being dollars, 8 white well-being dollars, and saying he's had enough of the anti-whites. He's ready to be empowered so that he can bring it to his family, his children, to empower them so that he can have harmony, so that they can go out into the world, so that children or grandchildren, friends and family, they can all empower everyone they come in contact with. God bless you for those $8. Prometheus bless you. Truly an epic start to this Friday night. Already communicated some powerful intel. And we're going to get to more of it right now. Let's go ahead and pull that down. And then I think this, let's do this. Screen share. All right, that's it. All right. Got the Eindelen going tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it gives you superpowers. It gives you the power of Prometheus. Rocking the Eindelen tonight. Herman is here. Hello and welcome. Pear Lady is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. All right. Elaine says somebody's going to fix her internet cables tomorrow. They're probably going to try to send me the bill. You'll have to tell them, I'm sorry, no, it's your responsibility to fix these lines. You foot the bill. Reptile says Clips is a legend. And folks, I just got an idea here from Reptile saying this. This is how we work together here. This is how we make it happen. If somebody does something awesome, like we celebrate with the swashbuckling announcements at the beginning on the Sunday gatherings, somebody does something awesome, we want to celebrate somebody financially, gifts, and we celebrate them, raucous emojis and whatever. If you want to say something about them, tag me so I can see it. I will gladly read it. Let's champion each other. We make Knights of the Round Table here. That's what we turn on. Men and women of the West that are changing the West. These are not observers. These are not a bunch of people who are going to say, their name and their face is whatever their favorite content creator is. These are heroes in and of themselves. That's what we need. This idea, I was able to put it together when I was in junior high school, that I was never going to be smart enough, never going to be intelligent enough, never going to be in good enough shape, never going to be wealthy enough, never going to be good looking enough, never any of that to save everything. That kind of thinking is poisonous. It is totally poisonous. This one sort of leader idea is poison. Because one leader is one decapitation away from the end of it all. One leader is totally flawed, can be threatened, can be bought off, can be a combination of the things. You need the Knights of the Round Table. You need white magicians. You need workers of white magic so that we can retake our destiny. So let's do that at every chance. JC Denton is with us. Great to see you, brother. Masumik. All right, let's keep it rolling. Hyperborean Dream is here. Mr. Napoleon as well. Gray shirt power. That's what it is. It's gray shirt power. That's where it comes from. It's just the gray shirt. You have to have the gray shirt on. I went to the gym today, and I couldn't work out for Sierra. I was like, every set, my head was just like, have you had that happen before at the gym? I had a little bit of a headache. Allergies are up, the allergens are out there. It's driving me nuts. And so I get to the gym, and I haven't had this happen often, but I get to the gym, and it was like every set, it would just take it up like 10 notches. I'm like, I'm sure the next is going to be the aneurysm. And you're just like, over. The Blood Banshee is here. Rick says, take pre-workout. For the energy, that helps with headaches. Back in the day, I used to take here and there pre-workouts. Promethean Healing asking about electrolytes. My diet, largely. If things are not good, then I will drink like even a Pedialyte. But I also have protein shakes that are stuffed full of things that I'm supposed to need. But do you think I need to up my electrolytes? Ash is asking about the heat dehydration. It's hot. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe I do need more water. I usually do have enough water. Let me take a drink now that I'm thinking about it, since you mentioned it. I love water too. I love it. I think it's from sports, because when you're young and you're out there practicing playing and you're just sweating ass and the sun is like blazing on you, and then they're like, okay, water break. The water was just like something God was like giving to you right then. So I love it. Nothing in it. I don't want anything in it. Ash says good water is delicious. Really is. Lunder says he thinks water is boring. Reptile says we need more Promethean energy, not injury. Yeah, I agree. So I forced myself through much of the workout, but then I was just like, I got stuff to do. And it was taking a while, and there were people there it was taking longer than normal. And there were other people there that were just like filling up and crowding, and they were just like spreading their viruses, and just their presence and their odors. They just stink. They stink. And I was just like, ugh, get away with your nasty stench. Wash your clothes. Wash yourself. That is disgusting. Why do you even leave home? You are repulsive. That's most of them, at least. Then there's some others that are, normal folks. First Last made it. Great to see you. Rick Freedom says he wrestles his son about 2 hours every day, and he's in his 50s. That's fantastic. Is he a child, a very young child, or like is he a wrestler in high school or something, and you all are working out? Yeah, First Last is putting up a better bench press like every day. Every few days, he's got a little bit of a better bench press. There are people in this community who are going from pretty poor shape to health, and that's where you want to be. You don't try on there. I know there are a lot of content creators, and they're like, become a warrior, just like Tate. Learn to get into the ultimate fighting and learn all this. And if that's like your thing, and then so be it. But you don't need that in life. All right. Just get healthy. If you want to learn some couple self defense type things with your hands, I can tell you that's fine. But I can tell you that in street fights and real fights, it's nothing like these rings. Nothing like these rings. It really comes down to the best piece of wisdom I can give you is that when it comes to a street fight, or best piece of, I guess, info I can give you, and wisdom, if you are going to end up applying it in your life in the moment you might need it, is that the person who gets hurt first almost always loses, and it's bad because the other guy just keeps pouring it on. So in most cases, you just try to get away. Your life is not about that. Your life, you don't get to beat on somebody. Obviously, defend yourself if there's nothing else you can do. I mean, I know that's what I'll do. I'm going to try, and as I do, as I live my life, I try to. Now, don't ask Rapunzel about a phone call that she was on with me one time when I got a little bit upset going down the road. But aside from that, if there is a situation where it's bad, I might have to fight. If I stay around, I leave. There's no sense in it. And if you're white, your white guy, you're going to go before a judge. He's going to find the biggest book, or she's going to find, or it's going to find the biggest book. It'll probably be perched up there on the edge of the bench, looking like something out of Alien. It's going to heave the biggest book it can find at you, and you'll never see the light of day again, except through the bars. So what's the use? But if I'm in a situation where I can't get away, then I'm going to obliterate the person or people, and then I'm going to get the hell out of there. Reality, friends. And as I've said before, if you're a man of the West, if you have a woman with you, and absolutely if you have children with you, you really have to do every single thing under the sun to go away, to get them away. Do not look tough for them. If you leave a scenario like that and the other person is like cussing you or whatever, and you do it as a man of the West, everyone will see you as the badass. No one's going to see the person, the guy or whatever who has no control over himself as the badass. You just let them cuss all they want, and let them challenge, let them whatever, and you just say, that's fine, buddy, that's fine. And you just get your lady or the female with you, and the children or your children, whatever it is, you get them away from the scenario. You get away. You're not losing anything by that. I walked away from a fight with a giant audience many, many years ago. I was at an arcade place. I think I was, I don't know, what was I, 17 or 18? And we were playing. There was a guy there that was a real, just like a serious gaming nerd. And all he did was video game. That's it. He played video games all the time. And he had like this entourage. Actually, it's reminding me of a content creator now. Now that I'm thinking back to this, and I was like, holy shit. It's reminding me exactly like a content creator that exists right now. And he's got like a whole host of micro-peens that follow his micro-peeny leadership. And there was a big group of other nerds, gaming nerds, that just like loved this guy, and they just watched him play video games. I mean, can you believe this? And at the arcade, I wasn't an arcade guy, but my friend, he was an arcade guy, and he was like, what do you want to do? And he's like, I want to go to the arcade. And I was like, fine, I'll go play some games. And so we went there, we're playing the games, and this like gaming nerd is crushing everybody, and you have to pay for these games, right? And this guy just he just plays video games all day long, all night long, probably single mother, and boyfriend's just coming and going. And she's just like, here, drop you off at the arcade, and this is what you're going to do. And so he's crushing everybody at this one game, this arcade game. And I don't know how many times he beat me, but we had words. I'm just like, come on, jackass, let other people play. You have this giant line of people who want to play this game, and you just keep crushing everybody, and so you keep getting to play free, and this narrow line of others are just paying again and again and again, and I got to go back to the end and get crushed again. And I think you've demonstrated your point, right? You really know how to play this game. Good for you. And so then all his friends are trying to get him to, they're like, go outside, fight him. And there was just no way. This guy had zero muscle. I mean, he had zero muscle. Maybe his thumbs were like muscled. Zero muscle. And they kept goading him. And finally, this guy wanted to fight me. Like, seriously fight me. Except he didn't want to fight me, if you know what I mean. So, but at the moment when I was like, he wants to fight, I'm going to go whoop his ass. I was already kind of, fired up about this. So then when he's like, wants to fight, I'm like, okay, I'm going to obliterate him. in the real world. Let's go get obliterated in the real world. We get outside and we square off, and his like giant entourage just like pours out to watch this. And they must know he's about to be destroyed. And I looked at him, and I just saw that 10,000-mile stare of despair and fear. And he didn't even know, like his arms looked like jello, and he hadn't even like made fists. And I said, put your fists up, let's go. And then I realized that this was just going to be a total bloodbath. And so I said to him, come here and let's walk away from the crowd, you and me. And he was like hesitant. And so I stuck my hands down the back of my pants. And I said, look, I can't grab you or trick you or anything now. My hands are practically tied up behind me. So, and if he had like decided to like try to sucker punch me there, I mean, it would have been like a lady hitting me. It would have been the worst decision of his life. But so we walked away, and I said, how did I phrase this to him? I was like, you don't want to fight today. I can tell you don't want to fight. He just stared like he couldn't quite put the words together. And I said, I'm going to leave. I'm going to take my friend and we're going to leave. I said, you have all these people out here, these people who are supposedly your friends, that want to watch you get into a fight in which you would be destroyed in the fight. So I'm going to leave right now with my friend. You can tell them anything you want. You can say I chickened out. You can whatever. You can tell them whatever you want, but I suggest you get new friends. And I walked away. My friend was shocked because he had seen me beat the hell out of people. And he knew. I mean, he had like this big smile on his face. He's like, oh, it's going to go. It's going to happen. He was like, oh, you guys. He was it. My buddy there was just the only guy in that audience, that big audience. And he was like, oh, you're about to witness some shit. It's going to be nasty in a minute. But he was like, what? We're leaving? So if you are in a scenario where somebody wants to fight, you got a female, you got children there, whatever it is, just leave. Just leave. I mean, when it comes to fighting too, this like measuring by who can win fights. So often, as I said, it's just who gets hurt first, and it's chance in the middle of a fight. Those aren't rings. Those aren't where people are being separated. You don't get to tap out. None of that. All right. Let me see. Is that working? Is entropy working or no? Can somebody tell me? Can somebody try to go over there? If it's not working, tag me as No White Guilt. Samuski is with us. Great to see you. Mark is here. Hello. Cool Papa J Magic's heading off to bed. Good night, brother. Johnny Johnson is here. Reptile. No White Guilt. Quote, what steps do you take in a fight? Close quote. Big ones. Yep. Toe Cutter says walked away from one or two that probably shouldn't have. Well, the only time that you'll walk away from a fight that you'll think back that you shouldn't have walked away from it is if it was to protect somebody else or something like that. But otherwise, nobody who matters is going to think less of you because you didn't get into a fight that day. You know what I mean? Country and Bluegrass is here. Great to see you. All right. Remember, tag me with any comments you have or questions. Promethean Healing says 3 scoops of Relight and 2 scoops of Myoscience into half a gallon of water. I also bring about a quart of plain water in case I need plain water. Well, I will. I'll grab that out of the live chat and think about including that. Redmond Real. Okay. Actually, you know what? If you could put that in the thread rather than the live chat, that would be perfect for me and make it easier for me to find later. I'd really appreciate it. And Johnny Johnson pointing out that Andrew Tate's saying he's not white. And strange how nobody wants to be white. Aren't we so privileged? I know, exactly. The world is anti-white. And that demonstrates it. When every time you have these people who have non-white blood, non-white heritage, they disavow the white side. Archangel is here. Great to see you. Says video games can be a pretty serious addiction and tough to break. Yeah, absolutely. Fortunately for me, Brando is here. What kind of guy were you? Are you asking me, Brando? You have to tag me as No White Guilt. @ No White Guilt. Rick Freedom says, is it high school wrestling? Very cool, man. He says he was an excellent amateur boxer. And he says wrestling is more. Well, certainly when it comes to, if you're going to compare boxing and wrestling for a real fight, but wrestling is absolutely useful. It's certainly depending on the grappling style that you're using. Having said that, when people train wrestling without striking, which is what you do for sport, even jiu-jitsu, for example, when they go up against somebody who's trained to grapple and strike while grappling, it's obliteration. So because every opportunity, and you see this in fights in the octagon, you'll see these guys who they're like grab somebody and they'll have them tied up in such a way, like one more move and maybe they'll get an arm bar or whatever it might be. And then the guy has one free hand and he just starts like crushing the other guy in the face. Like, you forgot about this, dumbass. So I kind of agree and have some reservations. Country and Bluegrass is a cool name. Yeah, I mean, I did, obviously, unfortunately, real fighting in the street, school, and boxing. I even started a boxing league, an underground boxing league. We fought in backyards. Outside of the boxing league, we fought in backyards. With boxing, 2 small boxing gloves, so it was kind of like going back in the day where there was much less protection. For example, in the middle of boxing, fight training in my parents' backyard, they weren't there, as you might imagine, but I accidentally launched a friend into what I thought was going to be the siding of the house, which was not good anyhow, but it's, the heat of the moment and it was all out. It was full speed. And, but it wasn't, it was just fight training, fight for sport. And I actually ended up being the window and it exploded. So that wasn't good. All right. Oh, Lavish said, no, I got the necklace is fire. It is totally awesome, isn't it? Thank you for that. Look at that's the Eindelen. It's on the silver chain, just like the silver trumpets in the book. Thank you very much. Samuski says, hails, brother. Hails, good brother. Promethean hails to you. All right. Maybe someday we'll talk about. Have I told you all about the underground boxing league that I started while in high school? That's a story. That was the entrepreneurial spirit, but we're not going to do that right now. Right now, we're going to do Buddy Brown. We're going to watch and critique his video. This video is about the Jason Aldean song and the censorship of it. He says, Jason Aldean just proved CMT's racism. Oh, my God. Towards, and it technically is toward in American English, toward Black Americans. Jason Aldean just proved that I guess the wokies are the real racists. So exactly what I thought this guy was going to say. And I'm sure his audience, absolutely loves that. This is the type of stupidity that we cannot tolerate anymore. This is the end of Western kind. This is the victimization of Westmen across every single continent in which we have created Western civilization. We can't tolerate this anymore. If you don't support riots, CMT thinks you're a racist. Oh, God. Well, he is the picture of perfect health, isn't he there? With that, what's he carrying around his waist under that t-shirt? Do you know what it is? He's like, I'm going to show how tough I am in this scene here. I'm going to walk through a mud puddle. That's how tough I am. Plastic buddy, walk through a mud puddle. Got my, what do they call those? Are they called galoshes in the UK? Mud boots? It's like, I'm tough. Look how tough I am. Got a rifle on. Got this t-shirt on that shows off my man titties. Got mud. We got mud out here. I walk in it. That's how tough I am. In all seriousness, he might be like the nicest guy in person. Might be a good guy. Probably you would want him as a neighbor. I'm guess probably, right? He's probably a nice guy. Like if your trash can blew over, he'd pick it up. The problem is, and I'm not speaking like directly to his character, because I don't know how much of who this Buddy Brown is, his persona that he's created for the sales, for the clicks, for the etc., and how much of it is really him. If he is really this much of a conservative, then I would like him to learn from us. I would like him to change his tune. And as he plays songs, it's totally appropriate to use that. I would love for him to change his tune and not be a conservative anymore, because this is the country that his son is going to grow up in, that he has talked about before. I don't know how many children he has, but he's talked about a son at least once in the video that we critiqued before, is going to be hell on earth for him if the resistance to anti-whiteism remains vapid conservatism. And to start right off with that Aldean is the winner here, because by being censored, he has proved that the wokies are the real racist. If you continue down this totally asinine, God, shit fucking simple. This is so shit simple. It gets me a little fired up. I might put on galoshes and go run through a mud puddle. If you continue down that path, your son and everybody else is here, and grandsons and daughters, they're going to grow up in pure, unadulterated hell. And it won't matter that they say, oh, by your anti-white metric, I do even better than you. They're going to fucking eat you alive. They'll eat those youngsters alive. And you will have played a role in ensuring that that happens.
Top of the morning, all you patriots of outstanding testicular fortitude and big old...
What? What the fuck was that? Testicular fortitude?
heart.
And he made...
Top of the morning, all you patriots of outstanding testicular fortitude.
That's gross. Oh my God. Maybe he does. Maybe he has to do that because what is that? What is that condition where it causes your testicles to swell? Oh my God. All right, let's see. What's his shirt say? Jackson Hole, Wyoming, USA. It's all of this. Like if I had not actually dedicated my life to freeing Western kind of anti-whiteism so that the spirit of the West could come forward out of our people all over the world, and good people of all races could come together with that and just obliterate anti-whiteism in my lifetime, which is what I wanted. If I had not done that, and if I was just like so many of these others out there that are just self-promoters and everything, you have a built-in audience when it comes to superficial, vapid signaling and religion. So if you pair that and you're likable and the luck goes your way, and you know that the anti-white establishment is going to reward resistance that is toothless, then you would just do something like this. It would always be like a shirt that it would be like a shirt of Texas, and then it would be something about West Virginia, and then it would be, it would always be like these country and like these like vapid sayings, these truisms, and people would say, oh yeah, I know, my grandpappy used to say that. That would be it. And then you would have followers galore. You would have donations galore.
Dude, and big old hearts. At the time I'm recording this right now, we are 5,000 subscribers away from 1 million. Let that sink in.
Okay. So what did I just say? Followers galore. And they are 1 million. He's got 1 million subs. Wow. Well, good for him. I mean, but it's destroying the country. You won't recover from this, America. You won't recover from this. From the absolutely specious, hollow, nothing defense against anti-whiteism.
If you think you're alone in this world and you're the only one that thinks like you do in your community, or you're surrounded by a bunch of blue wave radicals, just understand these numbers right here, they don't lie. So go ahead and subscribe. All your best friends or future best friends are waiting for you in the comment section. All right. Mm-hmm. So in the case of CMT versus Jason Aldean,
he's going to lay it on us now. Let's see what y'all are saying. One Stock is here. Hello. Winged said, I wish we had 1 million subs. Shit, yeah. He looks like the groundskeeper, says Reptile. Does this message conclude his court-ordered community service? Oh my God, that's funny. That is funny. He does. St. Andrew is here. Oh, elephantitis of the testicles. Yes. That's right. Could you imagine how much smaller that makes him look? All right, let's roll through this. We got the camo pants on.
Court out here in the woods finds CMT not the father. Jason Aldean, this comment section. All right. So in the case of CMT versus Jason Aldean, this court out here in the woods finds CMT not the father.
What? Is this a this is an old talk show that he's referencing that was like real low class, and I guess he thinks that is something his audience will recognize. So he's making a comment about his audience there. Ash says boomers love this guy. I know, man. God, wake the up. I mean, sometimes I feel like the only thing that is going to get through to the majority of, and it's not just the boomers, of course. You know, you can look at them and they're like old and tottering, you know, they're like, you know, and it's all their endless platitudes about everything in the world, and just makes them easy targets. I mean, but if you look at this, the current generation, holy God, these people, there's something really wrong with them. Generation C, there's something really wrong with them. But I mean, you look at these boomers and you feel like it's going to take like a whack up beside, on the side of the head with like a boat oar to bring them out of this. Or a paddle, just something, whack them across the head. Does this make sense now? No, that's probably hollowed out from all the prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs they've been taking their whole lives.
Jason Aldean is your daddy. You know, CMT.
Jason Aldean is your daddy. Even down to like the padding of the truck, this little off-roading janitorial device that he has here. Even the padding of that is to simulate what you find in working class environments, where working class guys will be standing around the pickup, and when they're ready to roll, it's not uncommon for one or more of them to slap the truck. I wonder if this guy's worked blue collar, like actually been in the field and in factories like yours truly.
He does remind me of Joe Biden, because they've both been on life support for like the last 15 years. You know, but this week, CMT crossed a line, though. They censored his new music video, which is...
Oh, they crossed the line now? They've been anti-white forever, right? Didn't they just have like awards? Wasn't that CMT with the Transformers on the... Am I wrong? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, or back me up if it's right. Was it CMT who had these country music awards, and they had the Transformer people come out and dance and sing, and they're just crossing a line? I'm sure this guy's going to say, hey, it's all right if you want to, you know, if you want to have this mental illness or that mental illness or the other mental illness. Hey, that's fine if you're an adult, but just don't do it to the 5-year-olds. First Last saying, yes, it was. So there you have it. The Blood Banshee says, I got through to my boomer dad. I think their sons are the best drivers for convincing them. Yeah, so true. Yeah, you got a boomer father. Take the lexicon here and use the lexicon on them, and people have success. Is the only thing by far and large, but people have success with them. You'll still hear them because they have decades of training with anti-whiteisms. So they'll continue to fall back, calling anti-whites lovers, if you can believe it.
It's called Try That in a Small Town. Watch it after this, comb through it, and you're going to see what I'm talking about if you haven't already seen it. But he's one of the biggest singers of our time, and CMT has banned...
Is he? Is he really one of the biggest singers? I don't even know this guy. Am I just that far out of the loop? Apparently, Alan Jackson walked out when the Transformers came out. I love what Reptile wrote. So true. He just totally does look like a groundskeeper. Yeah, I had, after the second time, I guess we watched something of his, that I got attacked by Squad Boomer. I mean, they just they appeared on their boomercicles, as Katie will call them. They rolled up on their boomercicles. So they were like, rah, rah. Here's my like $50,000 boomercicle. And they're like, how dare you talk about my buddy Brown? And I'm just like, you're going to miss the time that you have to take your prostate medicine. So you're going to want to take that, or you're going to have to start wearing them diapers again. You know, quick, get back to the vacation spot. Everyone I show up at is full of you people. Groundskeeper, buddy Brown. All right, let's hear some more. Well, look at this. Is this like the faux? Is this like, because the picture I pulled up of him, he has like one of those like rooster doos that I find so hilarious. It's like the modern comb over. Don't do it.
This video. Now you can tell a whole lot about a company by what they're afraid of and what makes them mad. CMT is a bunch of commies, y'all have been saying.
Oh my God. This willful ignorance, this willful naivete, this willful refusal to look at the victimization of Westmen, men, women, and children, of Western civilization, of Western kind, the white erasure of all that we project onto the world, absolutely willful, is one of the most contemptuous things. I cannot find it more contemptible. It has got to rank very nearly number one of the most contemptible things that we have to endure in our lives today. Everything white and Western is under attack. And these fools will walk over coals that are lined with daggers to say communist, to talk about a political ideology. It is just, and then when you confront them on it, when you're like, well, where is the communism? Where is the call for, where's the Communist Party? And then they'll say, well, that's ultimately what it is. No, ultimately, factually, substantively, what it is anti-white. That's what it is. But they'll do anything. If you were to somehow delete communist from their memory banks, they would jump to something equally inane. I guarantee it. You know, something, just because your great-great-grandfather called them communists doesn't give it value. Does that make sense? There are a lot of people out there that think, well, since great-great-grandpappy said it, then it's still true today. No, it's not true, dipshit. Your problem is not the communists. Your problem is anti-whiteism and the anti-whites.
And this forever. But his song is about the riots and the punks and the left-wing radicals destroying America's cities. And then the perfect line comes in, which is try that in a small town. Whenever
perfect line comes in, they will run your asses right over. Do you remember when I mean, this has happened so many times. Do you remember when, what was that anti-white, all black group called that carried the guns illegally? Many of them weren't even allowed to have firearms. And they went through some small towns. Do you remember? They tried it in a small town and everybody hid. I mean, this is that also that like, substanceless bravado, hollow bravado that has to go as well. That has to be in the rearview mirror. It has to be part of the past. White guys cannot puff out their chests and act like they're tough. You try that in my town. No, if you're tough, you don't have to say, try it in my town. Because you're also going to be smart enough to follow somebody like me who's telling you exactly how you resist this. Just try it in my town. Okay. Okay, Reptile is right in there. That group was called the NFAC, Not Effing Around Coalition. So, buddy, they tried it and they won.
Whenever CNT censors a video, though, I feel like it's a clear indication that this video is going to be awesome. And I watched it. It was. You can't find anything racial in this song with a shovel and a flashlight because it...
Oh, it's so funny. Can't find anything in this song with a shovel and a flashlight. I dug all around. It's not racist at all. Okay, good, buddy. I'm sure his wife is, he likes these little sayings. I'm an actual proud Southerner, and I like these little sayings myself. That one was pretty lame, but God, it's just so pathetic. I bet his wife is real pretty. I bet she's a real looker. Probably looks like she ran a 100-yard dash in a 90-yard gym.
Don't exist. Any American of any color who watches this video and sees the freaks that are in this...
Was that a cut?
Of any color who watches this video and sees the freaks that are in this video is going to be awesome. And I watched it. It was. You can't find anything racial in this song with a shovel and a flashlight because it don't exist. Any American of any color who watches this video and sees the freaks that are in this video...
Yeah. That seemed like a cut. It looked like a cut to me. Unless it was just an error in the camera. But I wonder what he said before when he called him, changed it to freaks.
Doing just God knows what is all going to say, these are the kind of people I would never want my family or my community around. Bottom line. And if it's racist, you better tell my buddy Javaris, who lives up in the woods next to me, because he wears cowboy boots and owns more guns.
God! That is... Didn't I just say like 30, 40 minutes ago about these kind of people? His buddy Javaris? You better just ask my buddy Javaris. I just gave him my daughter. Because that's how highly I think of Javaris.
And if it's racist, you better tell my buddy Javaris, who lives up in the woods next to me.
Because your opinion doesn't matter since you're white. Javaris's opinion matters because he's black. Javaris's concerns matter. Don't you see a problem with that, Buddy Brown? That you can't say what something is, that you need to go find someone else of another race to say whether it's A or B. Don't you see a problem with that? And why would you submit yourself to that?
Because he wears cowboy boots and owns more guns than I do. Anything in this community happens.
Boy, he's more white than I am. Reptile says, Buddy Dunn fell apart faster than a leper in a wind tunnel. True Southernism. I love it. His buddy Javaris. Well, his buddy Javaris, he's more American than me. He's more American than me. He's got more guns and cowboy boots, and that's what it takes to be a man of the West. Guns, cowboy boots. So he's more of whatever you are. He's more of that than you. Boy, that sounds like a real cuck position. How many times has Javaris been with your wife?
That goes down, he's going to have my back and I'm going to have his back at a moment's notice. So if it's racist, that's really scary because you're saying that black people should like riots, that black people should support riots. That's
so the libs are the real racists. That's the argument he's making here. You're saying because Jason Aldean didn't say black people. So since you are automatically thinking black people, that means that you think that that's what black people do. And so therefore you're the racist. Gotcha. We gotcha. Boomer success. We gotcha. We cornered you. Except they're like, you racist. We're shutting all your shit down. You can't get us by our own metric. And then they're like, shucks. Can't believe they don't play fair.
That's what CMT is actually saying. CMT is actually the racist ones because I don't know anybody of any color.
He just said it. Was it CMT or they're the real racists?
Who wants riots coming to their small town? It is up to us to defend our towns. I don't dial 911 out here if something happens. I am 911.
Oh, bullshit. This is more hollow bravado. He doesn't dial 911. Horse shit. Horse shit. He is 911. Okay. I think his ego's writing checks his body can't cash.
When I wrote my biggest song of all time, If This Country Still Had Balls, it was based on an old Western movie where people got hung for rape and murder, as they should. Who wouldn't pull the trigger?
Hanged. The past tense of hanging is hanged. The past tense of you hang a picture on the wall is hung. So now you got a little education tonight. Vocabulary. So what is he saying here? First Last likes hollow bravado. Yeah, it goes good together, doesn't it? Ash says he is 4'11". Is he really that tall? No. So many of like the content creators, the male ones that people like, they're like exiguous. They're these little mini boys. They're not men. They're mini boys.
On out here if something happens, I am 911. Okay. When I wrote my biggest song of all time, If This Country...
He is 911. He probably, the reason there was a cut there was he probably went on to tell a total bullshit story about how when something went wrong, he could have called 911, but then he just dealt with him himself. It was a grizzly bear, and it was eating the town. And then me and Javaris took it out with our bare hands. Well, mostly Javaris. And then I let him have the wife because he's got more boots and guns. He's more American than everybody. Me and Javaris. You better tell Javaris we got each other's backs. Good for you.
Still had balls. It was based on an old Western movie where people got hung for rape and murder, as they should. Who wouldn't pull the trigger on somebody like that if it was your friends or your family? Are you kidding me? It's no different than Toby Keith and Willie Nelson singing Take All the Rope in Texas, Find a Tall Oak Tree, Hang Up All Them Bad Boys Out in the Streets. It's no different. But
no. Okay, I need to stay focused. I need to help you all. I need to stay focused. What's going on in this song? What did Aldean not do that caused this song and video to be censored? What did he not do? Or what can we say? He was not anti-white enough. Now, if he had in this song said a single phrase about awful white people, oh boy, this song would have been allowed to flourish. The anti-whites would have helped it flourish. CMT, anti-whites there, would have helped it flourish. We know that here.
Liberals who have an extremely low IQ, they put words where words don't exist and they make it a racial thing.
You are a Muppet inside of their story. And don't feel bad. I mean, I haven't listened to any of your songs, but you are selling songs, so some people like them. So you're probably a good songwriter, singer, musician. You got an audience. Don't feel bad. That's your talent. But the anti-whites are the ones at the top are far more intelligent. And that's how they make a fool out of you again and again. You say they make up words. They're controlling you with those words. Come out of this benighted, this willfully benighted state. And I absolutely beg you, Buddy Brown, come away from this willful, benighted state. And I beg all of your followers, the million of them, come away from this willful benightedness. You are going to continue seeing the West burn down around you. And you will be responsible for the suffering of the generations of white people to follow. You will be responsible for things getting worse and worse. And you're talking about balls. Try to get a set. You know, the problem is that you don't have the balls. You don't have the courage. You know, grow a set. You don't have the courage to stand up and say that this is anti-white. That's the problem. That's why you dissemble. That's why you use all of these proxies. Oh, it's the communists. It's the wokies. It's the Javaris, the black guy, is more American than any of us. That's why you use all of this, because you're a coward. Nothing but abstractions. Nothing but I'm waiting for the eagle to fly by and to be carrying like a shield and a bunch of arrows and in a tank, probably like a M60 tank that rolls by with. So it's appropriately old, just like everything else antique. And like a stars and stripes flying over top of it, and maybe somebody dressed up like George Washington saluting as he goes by. I mean, give me a break. You're so absolutely prosaic, bitches. Stop being such cowards. Holy shit.
It's my biggest song of all time. And I think it's so huge because it was never on CMT. It was never on the radio. Here's the good news, y'all. We have formed alternative media. And what was once stuck.
Oh, well, you know what? Here's something interesting. So CMT has not been playing any of his stuff. I wonder if he was a musician before making this account, and he was making country music and he didn't get picked up. And I wonder what's the difference between Aldean and Buddy Brown. Is Aldean a much, much better musician, singer, songwriter? Or is Buddy Brown married to a white woman and Aldean married to a non-white woman and was maybe dating non-white women when he got started, appropriately anti-white for those circles? Is that it? I don't know.
Stuck in the underground has now moved up to be the leaders. Hell, on a good night, this channel right here gets more views than CNN's primetime news anchors, and they hate that. We're not the silent majority anymore. We got to quit using that word.
It's probably true about more people watching this guy than CNN, but it's not going to do us any good, as it has never done us any good. The last thing we need is more people with platitudes riding in on boomer cycles or like the Gen Zers rolling in on scooters and like lacking genitalia. What happened to them? What happened to them? It's like we are trapped between Gen Z without genitals and the hollow-brained boomers. And it's like this pincher action on the rest of us.
We're the majority, period. Silent majority is not a badge of honor at all. Okay, so outspoken and ready to throw down at a moment's notice. I think Jason Aldean is a patriot for this video.
He's ready to throw down. He's going to throw down at a moment's notice. I'm surprised he didn't like grab his belt and do one of these things, you know, like Farley on Saturday Night Live. It's like, we're ready to throw down. You know, I'm surprised he didn't like put up like his fist in some like kind of a weird way, like this maybe. And he's just like, better back up or you're going to be picking up teeth with broken fingers. I'm coming for you. Oh, God. Why do I have to live so many times in my life? I've said to myself, why do I live in an age of utter retardedness? The retardedness that is everywhere, the childhoods that extend throughout life, clowns everywhere. It's like we are We totally are in the circus, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. I could just see it. And you see the other big content creators, and they're big because their audiences make them big. Can you see them ready to throw down at a moment's notice? Come on. Yeah. Except when they're part of like criminal organizations and they abuse women and they beat them with belts, and then look at the size of their audience. Sick age we live in.
I think the best thing about CMT's opinion is that it doesn't matter. He ain't going to sell one less ticket this fall or this summer because CMT won't play his music video on their
No, there is real economic damage. So I disagree with that.
little channel. His streams are going to increase. His agent's phone is going to ring off the hook. And the woke award shows, who literally nobody watches at this point, they may not feature him anymore, but I feel like people are going to find real music from real outlets. I'm living proof of it. By the way, this is the perfect time to tell you my new single, How Trespassers Die, is out and kicking ass.
What is it called? How Trespassers Die? Oh my God. Oh my God. What a Muppet. What a Muppet. I wonder if he even kills mice. I wonder if he's willing to kill mice on his property. How Trespassers Die. You know, it reminds me, there was a girl in the white sympathetic sphere, and she was just crazy. And ended up, I didn't know that at first, smart, industrious, had a lot of creativity, and she wanted to be a content creator. And I was like, this is great. You know, you could do this. And I outlined what she could do and be a wonderful boon for white well-being. But that's not what she wanted. She actually had this bizarre desire to like lead people, like cartoonish, video game-ish desire to be a leader of men into combat. And when I discovered this, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Are you crazy? And then this woman who could not kill insects in the house, let them go outside, made statements about killing all of the people of this religion or that religion. And I was like, that's it. Never talking to you again. You are a child. You can't, there is nothing real behind you, but the consequences of what you're saying, these fantasies, these tough talking, those consequences will be real enough. It'll be real for everybody who is here listening, even if they disagree. So farewell. And that was the end of that. Never do the tough talking. That's the first sign that you aren't tough. And here he has a song, How Trespassers Die. And here he says, look at this, is a perfect still too. Buddy, get into the gym. You have boobs. You have moobs. Come on, buddy. You've got moobs and you're using too much dye in your beard. Stop using the dye in your beard. Stop it. Start working out. Drop some of this love handle or this simp handle that you have around the midsection. Start working out. Put a little bit of tone into these. You don't have to, you don't have to look like the golden one, for the love of God, but get some tone. Why do people look at this? It's 11:11, by the way. Why do people look at this and think, yes, that's what I want to follow? We used to have in America, I've said it before and I'll keep saying, we used to have in America where an Andrew Jackson, who had like 80 duels, was shot multiple times, total unstoppable bad like the real deal. And all of America was like, that's my guy. That's what I'm following. Now look at what they follow. Jello Boy. We don't have Bubble Boy here. We got Jello Boy. You got Jello Boy over with the Fuentes, and Jello Boy here and Jello Boy there. That's what they want. the dickless Gen Zers and the empty-headed boomers. All right, this is about done.
Never see the light of day on country radio. That's what's so great about it. Stick to your guns. We are winning, y'all. Be good.
And his gun winning? Winning? How about some evidence for that, buddy? How about just even a modicum of evidence of how you're winning? Please. You're censored. Aldean is censored. And his agent's phone is going to blow up. I concur. It's going to be people saying it's canceled. The concert is canceled. That show he was supposed to show up for the cancer kids who have cancer, it's canceled. That's what's going to happen. This is how anti-whites work. Let's have a look at a little bit of this. And we'll have a look at a little bit of this, and we'll get to your comments and see if there are any more financial gifts. We'll get to your thread comments, your live chat comments. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Looks like this video has 10 million views. For the love of God. 10 million views. Northwest says, Jason, No White Guilt, you sexy thing. Okay. Thank you. All right. And you're a guy, right? Okay. And is Trump supposed to be indicted now? Any moment? That's going to be the next thing. We can talk about that another day if you'd like. All right. Okay. So this is it. Okay. We got the sound is off and we're opening up here as the guitar guy. And okay, he's playing a little bit of guitar. And there is, oh yeah, there was something in a story where it said, well, they showed a courthouse where some non-white person was supposedly lynched back in the early 1900s. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're going to have to live with forever in the anti-white narrative. That's why you've got to get out of it. They will be able to argue the history as present if you stay in their narrative. That's how they're able to use all the black and white footage to defeat your arguments, buddy. All right, here we go. So you got the cops on horses and Molotov. Whoa, well, did we start right off? Let's see. Oh, why, looky there. What's the color of that hand? It's almost like I know exactly what the anti-whites are going to do. And here he is, Aldean, much surprised that he would have his video taken down and censored when he went to these lengths, marrying a non-white woman. Does he have non-white children with her? And then filling this video with white people misbehaving. And it can't just be the words. Let's take a look at the words real quick. See what they are. Yeah, I think E. Essington, I think his beard is dyed. I mean, it's looks like it's very dark for his age, which is not, I swear, I think, let's see. Entropy is not working. So let's try to do this again. Yes, it's me. All right. What is this shit? I swear. You get shut down. All right. So it should be working. Now, entropy. If anybody financially gifted on Entropy, please tag me as No White Guilt in the live chat on YouTube so that I know. And then I can go on the back end and have a look because it's not showing anything right now. So let's have a look at these lyrics. Sucker punch somebody on a sidewalk. This is Try That in a Small Town by Jason Aldean. Carjack an old lady at a red light. Pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. Yeah, think it's cool. Well, act a fool if you like. Okay. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face, stomp on the flag, and light it up. Yeah, you think you're tough. Well, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here, we don't care. We take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Got a gun that my granddad gave me. They say one day they're going to round up. Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck. Okay, so I guess he's saying there that round up the people and take their right to self-defense away by taking their firearms, and you're saying go ahead and give it a go. Okay. My guess, and I would put money on it, that if they showed up at Aldean's house and said, we're here for your guns, he would say, okay, I'm going to call my lawyer, though. How much you want to bet he's not going to throw down, reach for his, he's not going to be like, you're going to hear that like whistle in the background from the movie. He's going to, hand is slowly going to go to his midsection where there's a gleaming revolver. It'd be a standoff in a small town. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Full of good old boys, raised upright. If you're looking for, have you seen many of the Gen Z good old boys? They don't have penises. And they're also women. Or female. Not to say that there aren't heroes out there. They got to find us. What else are you going to do? Raised upright. If you're looking for a fight, try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long. Find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. Ooh. Try that in a small town. And those are the words. Those are the lyrics, as it were. And so he's talking about crimes here that become the norm of Western civilization. And why is that? Because so much of the West has been white erased. He's not singing about that, though. He's using this hollow bravado about, yeah, you just come try it here. And they will, and you'll surrender. You'll give in. You'll capitulate. This is what happens every time. Ever since your granddaddy, when he passed on that gun, he didn't use to stop all this from happening, right? So then there, of course, the lame defense is that, so if you conclude that non-white people are committing these crimes, then that makes you the real racist, because we're not talking about any races at all here. Of course, everyone knows including anti-whites. So this is why you can't beat them at their metric. Aldean, Buddy Brown, you can't beat them at their metric. They don't live in the bad parts or any part of big cities. And what are the bad parts? They know what they are. They know the people that live in the bad parts of big towns and small towns and counties, and they don't live there because they know who's going to carjack them in those areas. They know that if they're out in Whitetopia, which is where they end up moving, but increasingly though, you have a non-Whitetopia out in the suburbs, like here in Northern Virginia. They move out to those places because they know. So you're not able to corner them. You're not able to say, gotcha. You're not able to say, we got you now. We've got them. They've got to admit it now because they don't play by any rules. They're not making a mistake here. You have enumerated a number of crimes that are largely committed, not entirely, but to some percentage, enough of a percentage that it upsets anti-whites, crimes that are committed by non-white people. And so therefore, that could get in the way of anti-whites achieving their objective of victimizing Western kind in the multifarious ways that they go about doing that. And so you don't have to be white positive to be victimized by an anti-white. You don't have, you can look at Trump and see it. You can look at Jason Aldean and see it. Jason Aldean needed here to maybe mention white people as the problem. He needed maybe to mention crimes. Well, absolutely, he couldn't have added crimes that are to whatever percentage more likely to be committed by white people, because he has committed this heresy against anti-whiteism by mentioning crimes that many people believe to a greater percentage are committed by non-white people. So he'd have to get rid of that. Sucker punch somebody, you got to get rid of that. Carjack, got to get rid of that one. Pull a gun on a owner of a liquor store, you're going to have to get rid of that one, Jason. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face, stomp on the flag, you could probably leave those. But you would have to, and get rid of the whole first, what is it, whatever, the first 2, 3, 4 lines. Get rid of the first 4 lines and replace them with some negativity about Westman. And then you're fine. We know this. We know this 100%. You can't put in there like promote communism and then slander non-white people. You can't say communism is a good thing and then be left alone. Let's continue with his wonderful. So you start off with a ne'er-do-well is white. All right, then you go back to the, okay, it's showing. All right, there he is. What's going on here? Let's see. Whoa. A bunch of. I'm still not getting any text messages, so I don't know, restart or direct message me with what you're trying to say. Matt Walsh said, if you equate carjacking, and we're going to be celebrating Matt Walsh and the success of our champions big time on Sunday. Don't miss it. We are the only people making a change in the world, and it is a massive change. It is a massive victory. I know that there are a lot of dickless wonders out there and a lot of J-Spurgs that are all enamored by and fired up by slandering Jewish people. But it goes nowhere. It will never put an end to the victimization of white people. It will never do anything good for us. It's not going to harm Jewish people. Nothing is going to happen. So it's just a celebration of the snark. It's an enriching of the guy at the center, which is so stunning, because there are folks out there that have been talking about and Jay Spurging for 40 years, and with far more education on it, far more knowledge about it, and nothing for them. It's just about the snark. It's just about the flippancy. Oh, look at this, what Franklin's pointing out. And we're going to be celebrating Franklin too. Franklin, let's get together soon. I'm buying you dinner. Let's get together soon. I'm buying you dinner. This guy is off the hook. He is off the hook. Go free champion. He's pointing out here right now, Joel Davis was astounded by, and Joel Davis, by the way, I discovered this, is on Cozy. Did y'all know that? He's on Cozy, which means that Nick ultimately decides whether or not he's going to be allowed to stay there, which, by the way, it's kind of interesting. And so therefore, we're not going to hear, Joel Davis is not going to be saying credit to the Go Free community. Not going to happen. No one on Nick's platform is ever going to say that. I just wanted to make this point too. I find it kind of funny. And especially with these guys, they like their irony. So Nick and his micro-peened followers of Gen Z, they love to say, and totally wrong, that Nick is censored because he's right, because it's effective, because it will accomplish something. What? Who knows, right? Harm Jewish people, I guess. But innocent and anti-white, right? But they say that he's right because he's censored. What about the guys that were saying a lot of negative things about Nick, his sexuality, disagreeing with him, talking about how he treats subordinates and horribly and everything, and then Nick censored them? I guess that means they're right too. So this big free speech, you should let him talk, is censoring other people. TJ says it's 6:30 in the morning. Welcome, TJ. It's wonderful to see you. Top of the morning to you in that gorgeous country that Westmen have made. It's beautiful. So Franklin says Joel Davis was astounded by how much U.S. political discourse was changing until he realized that you, Jason, and Go Free supporters, champions, were behind it. Then he went quiet. Boy, very telling, isn't it? Lunder says that Walsh, which we're going to be celebrating because he used anti-whiteism. God, it's amazing. Anyhow, we are, but that doesn't mean he's not perfect, right? But let's see what Lunder's going to tell us about him. Said if you equate carjacking and sucker punching with a certain group of people, it says more about you than it does the songwriter. So it's pretty well done. Yeah. That's the lame take. And we know where that comes from. It comes from the conservative mindset. And it's not going to go. It says everything about you. If you think it's non-white people, I mean, it's one of those things that is so contemptible, that because it's so inane, it's so childish, and they know it doesn't work. Or they should, right? All right. Reptile says, read the last comment I tagged you, and Aldean is throwing a Hail Mary to his few remaining fans. Will it work? Well, let's go back and see what your last one you tagged me in, brother. Whoa, how far up is it, man? I might not have it. Reptile says, Aldean is just trying to redeem himself for not supporting his fans after the Vegas massacre. No fundraising for injuries and funerals, etc. Oh my God. So was he was performing, and those were his fans that were gunned down, and he didn't do anything for them? Are you serious? My God. Am I understanding that right, or do I got it wrong? Oh, that's funny. It was Javarius. Was that the guy's name? Has his wife's back. Javarius. What was the guy's name? He's got his wife's back. All right. Wow, that's despicable. He absolutely, if those were his fans, he absolutely should have done more than one concert. Holy moly. Northwest says exactly to something that I was talking about. Lunder says, not even him not being anti-white enough, but because he provided a voice for our Western biospirit, stepping in when crime is present. They're going hard on him for this. Very well said, good sir. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, Buddy Brown seems like the guy in an action comedy who's a nice guy, but has no idea what he's doing when the bad guy attacks him or something. It's true. That's a good point. He does seem like the likable oaf. Or the likable oaf. Doesn't know. Okay, what is this? Is this supposed to be a bad guy? Oh, no, this is a drummer. Wait, no. Is that a drum set? But it doesn't have a cell phone in his hand? What is that? No, that's actually a some kind of instrument. Okay. Well, this guy seems to be covered from head to toe. I can't see the race there. Climbing over the counter. All right. White female. Going out, and she's flicking off the police officers. You know what? I'm not getting the vibe that this is a totally heretical thing. And we told you why that is. We told you why. Rapunzel, direct message me, because I can't see anything. Samuski said, let's see, if he was concerned about trespassers, he wouldn't have to make he wouldn't have time to make all his videos. Well, that's true. Trespassers die. You want to bet? I should totally write a country song. I could get together with the great FourCornersG and make just an awesome country song to push back. I haven't been able, though. I tried once when I was, I don't know, I was in high school, I think, to write a song. It didn't go well. You got talents in this world, and you don't. That's how it's made. Javaris. Why, you just go ask Javaris. He's hitting my wife right now, horizontally. You just go ask him if it's race. Oh. A candle for Javaris. All right. Let me see. Lunder said, you sexy thing. One of my nicknames in football, this is true, was Wild Thing. And they tried saying thang for a while, but I would not allow it. And so I had an actual claw, rag that I wore that I made sure was Wild Thing, just because I didn't like this. They were trying to make it sort of ghetto. And I was like, no, let's not follow them where they go. Samuski says, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Princess says, Aldean's wife was in the news last year when she was called transphobic for thanking her parents for not changing her gender when she went through a tomboy phase as a kid. It's got to be all, you can't be heretical. Wingett says, no old lady will be assaulted in a small town carjacking. All right. First Last says, Buddy Brown assumed that his listeners would assume that Javaris is black. That makes Buddy Brown the real grifter. Oh, sick burn. Real? True? Based? True? Real? Yeah. How are we supposed to know that Javaris is black? I mean, maybe he's Norwegian, right? That's like an old Norwegian name, right? Dr. Frost is here. Hello and welcome, Dr. Frost. I feel like it's like it's a big, like we're in a big meeting, and like superheroes have shown up, not super villains, superheroes. The thing is that in our story, the superheroes are omnipotent, menacing. And here we have like this big round table, and the knights of the round table of white well-being are showing up, and Dr. Frost walks in, one of the knights. Di is here. Welcome. Hello to you. Tim is here. Welcome. We are in a big meeting. This is where the heroes show up. It's actually scary, says Owning Anti-White Goblins, how much Nick has shut down when people disagree with him. I almost felt insane and thought I was imagining certain content being removed. Oh no, it's a lot of people tell me, they come to me and they used to be acolytes of Nick's, and then they discover that, oh my God, they actually do have a penis, and they're going to come away from that. And then, and this is that's not necessarily a comment on Fuentes himself. That's just his following is a bunch of dickless losers. And that's just a reality. So and then they come away, but then they sort of like keep in touch. They like go back and they see what's going on. And they send me, and they're like, holy God, look at this hypocrisy. Look at this lies. Look at these mindless people following him. Elaine says, that I can hook up Franklin with some stickers. Yeah, I'll hook you up, brother. We will make it happen. Oh, Northwest. She says, is a heterosexual old lady. Okay. Well, welcome, sister. You know, the avatars for me on the screen over there are, like that big. So I can't see what's on the picture. So if it were your picture, if it was like your actual picture, I can't see it. And then the names, most of the names I can't tell. So my apologies. I should say that more often. Spartan over on D Live says, Javaris needs to borrow all your bullets. What's he going to do with them? Doesn't he have enough? Apparently he's got more bullets than anybody has ever had. I would never say, oh my, could you imagine? That is the most cuck-worthy thing ever. Just ask the not a white guy. Well, if you are one of the boomer age, it's no insult to you. We have lots of good boomers here, and they kick ass. They're coming away from all these different generations, misfits. Every generation's full of them, but we are culling the best. All right. Okay. Well, you can't. That person had a gas mask on. Can't see. Okay. You see some. There they go. The guy's rocking out. Okay. Well, I don't know. What race do you think she is? She's definitely not black. She might be non-white, but she's definitely not black. In Northern Virginia as we're getting close to midnight here on the East Coast, we're just having fun. It's a Friday night. It's Friday night with no white guilt. It's easy listening, smooth Friday nights with no white guilt. Northern Virginia is becoming a place increasingly, not white erased for sure, white people disappearing everywhere. It's really become a place, and this is an observation on demographics, what you see. It's not an observation on, obviously there are a lot of good people in these different non-white groups. So I'm not saying that there aren't good people, but it's really becoming a place of various types of Indians from India, various types of Hispanics, excluding the white ones, various types of Arabs, various types of Asians. So, and it seems like definitely white erased, and the black population might be remaining the same, but you're seeing fewer of them because of the increase in all of these other populations. So it's really becoming a place of various shades of brown skin, various shades of black and dark brown hair, like everywhere you go. Like everywhere you go. Like you're in India, like you're in Asia somewhere, like you're in... Why is that a problem? Because I don't want to be white erased. That's why it's a problem. I don't want to see the Southland white erased. I don't want to see America white erased, because it won't be America or the Southland anymore. It'll be what these people make of it. As good as the vast majority of them almost assuredly are. Assuredly are. I don't want to see it white erased. And make no mistake, as I was looking out at this past couple of days, and I was thinking, how can I put it? It's really becoming a place where white people are going to be like unicorns. Hated ones, though. Hated unicorns. You look at the bus stops, all non-white kiddies. Wonderful. They're going to school. They're getting their education. It's a safe environment. Wonderful. But white people, white erased. Make no mistake. India and Asia have enough people to keep their countries, or I guess we say India, Pakistan, Arabia, Asia. They've got enough people that their countries will remain solidly their biospiritual expression onto those environments, while at the same time they inundate Western civilization, Western countries, and make it home. So there's more than enough of them right now. It's time to do what works, folks. Love, hope, and redemption. This has got to be, in my opinion, shut down. Steps need to be taken to preserve, just like you would any animal in the wild. This can't be allowed to just continue. Lunder says he prefers the South as Dixieland. Yeah, me too. Oh, there's Gentile Gentleman. Great to see you, brother. All right. Let's see a little bit more of this. All right, she's not white, but she's definitely not black. Okay, there was a flag getting set on fire. Let's see the arm. Is that black? That might be a black person setting the, because that looks like that might be dreads. Setting the flag on fire. So he started off with a few white people, then went to a non-white person, and then to a black non-white person. Okay. What did that look like to you? That looked like Antifa, doesn't it? So that's, yeah, that looks like Antifa. So everybody knows those to be predominantly white All right, what was that? Look at how they're doing these, like, okay, you can see here, they're definitely white or at least light-skinned, so they're going to be perceived. So make no mistake. I mean, you can say, well, that could be a light-skinned Asian person or a Jewish person or whatever. Okay, but this is perceived as white. Couldn't really tell. I mean, I saw white people. Okay, and then you saw the crowd, the few that you could see there looked like there were a bunch of white people. Look, all white. Look at all these faces. I mean, do they even have, yeah, white. Yeah, so he's doing his best to be anti-white and to speak back in this tiny way against anti-white, and it's not going to be enough, obviously. But they're just rocking it. I thought this was country music. They look more like they're playing rock music with their gestures. All right, that guy coming in had a white face. Look at all these white people. Are you serious? I mean, do we have to watch anymore? I don't think so. He probably does show in this video several non-white people, but the majority of the ne'er-do-wells are white. So bottom line is, looks like Jason Aldean, pretty anti-white to me. Tried to push back a little bit, and he's going to be punished for the heresy. And that is that. Let me check entropy. Entropy still has no one there. So perhaps it's not working. Nothing on D-Live. Nothing on Odyssey. We'll refresh it because it's doing the spinning wheel of death. Okay. Mr. Joel is saying, Stephanie is here. Great to see you, sister. Oh, she says, go to 145 of the music video. Okay. 145. And I'll pull it back up on the screen. Well, that's interesting. At 143. 45. I see a drummer. Oh. Okay, so there's a white guy. It looks like he's leaving a like a 7-Eleven gas station, Quickie Mart or whatever. And it looks like somebody is coming in to maybe do some evil. Okay, so the person coming in to do some evil, you can see their hand right here. I'm assuming it's his hand, and it's light skinned. So were you able to, did you have a thought on that you wanted to share? Could you see that it was probably a white or white presenting person? Okay, so the white guy clubs him. And then there's another ne'er-do-well that runs for the door. So is that what you're talking about? Gentile gentleman says, that's it. Okay, so you see a white guy, white skin, but wearing a hoodie. You see a white guy come in to rob, rape, steal, whatever he's going to do. And then there was a white guy who was exiting, saw this, and threw down on the guy. Okay. He says they complain about that. Well, because there's a white guy fighting back against it, and they obviously want to discourage that. They want white people to lower our defenses. That's how we get victimized, is by the arguments that cause us to lower our defenses. And anything that empowers, they want to push back against, even if it's vapid, even if it's like pointless violence, they want to undermine that, because it's all about the white guilt, a massive part of the psychological warfare that's used against us. Well, and there's another Antifa, and everybody believes it. I mean, how many times have you seen on Fox and other stations, even Newsmax, I saw one time where they complained about Antifa as white guys, and they complained about, and how many times have you heard Tucker complain about the female white liberals in the rich areas that are funding all of it? First Last says the song and video are psychophonetic. Machiavelli sucks is here. Great to see you. He said he had that argument with his brother today. What argument was that? Please tag me when you get it up there on the screen. So that's what in articles they're complaining about, the white guy who fights back. Don't fight any of these people in a grocery store or Quickie Mart or whatever it is. Don't do it. You are going to suffer horribly. And your avenues for redress are nodes of power, the majority of which are in the hands of anti-whites. So the injustice will be rank, and it won't matter. Complaining about it won't make it better. Don't do it. If you have a scenario where you have to protect somebody to, prevent a life being lost or something like that, that's, but if they're coming in there like that, the best thing to do is to get away from it and use the Go Free method. Let it spur you to get out there, to put up flyers, to get into live chats. I want to make a suggestion to so many. I see people on Twitter and elsewhere, our activists, who get into pretty protracted arguments with anti-whites or with J-Spurgs. Don't bother. Be more like Franklin. Get into live chats where people are talking about these things, and use the lexicon and push white well-being and push me personally. Tell people to come here, to go free, to check us out, to see that we have a way that is actually a method that is actually working, a practice that is actually working to push back against and just magnificently succeed in its contest with anti-whiteism. Share that instead. You got a lot of people there who are showing up. Most of them are going to be recreators, but some are going to be people who really want to make a difference in the world. And and if they hear from you, they'll come over. If you have just ongoing arguments, now that might be something you're doing to help hone your abilities. If you're having like ongoing arguments, okay. If that's what you're doing, if that's like practicing, it's better than Siamic, better than just like shadow boxing, then so be it. But make sure you dedicate at least an equal amount of time to getting into live chats of these different groups and spreading the lexicon. Getting into, you can point out endlessly in all of these environments how these other methods are unsuccessful, in fact, even deleterious, harmful, and instead to utilize what we're using here. Oh, First Last said he meant schizophrenic. Machiavelli has said being able to identify when he says a non-white person is probably a high-risk person. So like the signs that there's something about them that they might be getting ready to commit a crime, or they might be dangerous or something like that. The same signals, of course, hold true for white people. Lavish says, I've been trying to get into live chats, pushing your channel. Well done. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and let me know directly or let the team know, let other people know in white well-being, so that we can get credit to those who are succeeding. We want to tell people, hey, we are focusing on this content creator and that content creator, and the audience is here and there, so that as the results come to fruition, there's the only denial is insipid. It's baseless. The only denial of credit. Stephanie asks, is it better that Jason made a subtly white positive song that's allowed versus being explicitly white positive? Well, if he already has fame, then being explicitly white positive is the way to go. You follow me? Because this like hinting at what needs to be said is what people have been doing all along. And then the argument, when people say that's not enough, the argument is, well, then that person will just get shut down. Well, so we just use excuses to do ultimately what's nothing. Ultimately what ends up being nothing for the rest of that person's life. And this is done with musicians. It's done with politicians. So he already has fame and fortune. The thing for him to do now is to make explicitly white positive music, because people are going to hear it then, as long as his popularity lasts. He could, on the other hand, make anti-white statements and hint here and there and get canceled, just get censored rather here and there for it, and remain ineffectual. Or he can just go balls to the wall, which is a manly thing to do. And that's what needs to be done. Like if he were to make a song that says, where he's saying, end anti-whiteism, enough of blaming everything on the white race, he's going to be censored by the anti-whites like he is here. But you're going to have, I don't know how many people in the audience that end up listening to the music that are going to be inspired by it. And the thing that the white race, one of the main things that we lack, is a soundtrack for our resistance to our victimization. Nobody will do it. No big musicians, no big because it's the money, because it's the sex, because it's the everything, the fame. He wants to be interviewed again. He wants photographers to line up and take pictures, the paparazzi, right? That's more important. So, no, I see it more of like a, maybe kind of what Reptile was saying, where it's like, I'm going to throw out this little bit of a dog whistle, and then you'll know. But really, it is a dog whistle, but it's to manipulate us. It's to manipulate us into buying more albums and thinking he's our guy. I know he's undercover. He's got to do it because he's got to be undercover because they'll just censor him more. Well, good. If you come out, if a musician or a politician, or it's not going to be one, it's going to have to be more than one. But when they come out and they say white well-being is a good thing and get censored for that, that is a good censorship. Because white people will then say, why are you censoring white well-being? If you dog whistle and you're like, well, we know who commits those crimes, you're bad-mouthing another group of people. You leave the population, the white population, with nothing to get righteously indignant about. You don't do anything to create a people out of our deracinated, selfishly individualistic mess of a race that we have here. So no, if you're going to get censored, and if you come out against anti-whiteism at all, you're going to get censored. Get censored for things that empower our people. That's the bottom line. Anybody who's dog whistling just a little bit is, to me, doing nothing. It's more harm than good. That's my opinion on it. All right. You mentioned your dissatisfaction with Ameren. What say you about VDare? Well, this is from Wing It Productions. Same criticisms. Their focus is more on immigration, right? And it's all stats. It's all just these abstractionist arguments. And abstractionist arguments are not going to cut it. You're not going to be able to abstractionize and have this argument that's somehow going to benefit and defend where we're being victimized while you ignore that victimization. It just doesn't work that way. And it's been proven for many generations now. It's not like we're at a point now where we have to wait and see. How will this idea play out? We see how it's played out. I mean, they've been talking about immigration for a long time. Has immigration gotten any better? Has anything happened? Are we any closer to remedying the immigration scenario by way of elected officials and their conscientious interpretation of the data, the outcomes of it? No. So I think it's a failed endeavor. But you have people who are making money and everything else, and so it will continue as an entity. People will continue to give it massive money. First Last pointing out, it's a pinky with a suit on. Double pinky at VDare. Thank you for the question. Samuski pointing out, if it's good for our people, it's good for all people. So precisely. Very well said. Johnny Johnson said, you said it, a soundtrack with the tunes all ringing, end all anti-whiteism. Wouldn't that be amazing? Big time country music singer says, I've had enough. I'm going to make a soundtrack for the resistance. Wing It Production continues here saying, they point out in the 1920s, immigration policy was pro-Westman. It's a fun conversation for recreators to have, you know. When was it? How was it? Who was it? It's fascinating. Will you share your opinion with, well, maybe you will speak and share your opinion on when and where and how and who? Yes. And then people will come and they will pay big money and they will all celebrate those who are the speakers and the chief abstractionists. They will say how smart they are. And everybody will get to recreate and share their own thoughts on how bad it is and how bad it's gotten and how bad it will get. Does anybody know where the money for the castle came from? One person. That and much more money. Oh, well. Stephanie says, very helpful answer. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I will just say that the financier was Jewish. We have a financial gift. I'm the first one revealing that, aren't I? I'm the first one revealing. You see these folks from the white sympathetic sphere who have kept me and white well-being down. They're kind of losing any shred of loyalty that I had to them, because they weren't ever interested in putting an end to our victimization. Or I guess I can accurately say it this way. Their concern for our victimization is somewhere below the chief concern, which is their enrichment and aggrandizement. Enrichment and aggrandizement. Enrichment and aggrandizement. So you have to, if you're going to be in their chief echelon, you're going to have to share ideas and research that bolster these people's arguments and personas. And if you don't, then, especially if you're having something that serves the pretextual purpose of what you're doing, because that is just your pretext. That is just, we're doing this for white people. We're doing this for America. And it's not, because when somebody comes along and they have something else that works, especially something really novel and original, which is what I've had for all these years, then they just shut you down every time. That's what I've learned over all these years. A lot of people I thought were good folks, and that ultimately it would wash out. No, I'm afraid not. So here to be revealed, it was a Jewish guy who bought the castle for them. And a lot more money. Lunder said that he's been talking to Mark Collett for the past few days, and he's unfortunately has become exactly that. He doesn't want to win. He doesn't want to be white positive anymore. And Lunder says, enough of PA. We need NWG UK. Well, I appreciate you saying that. And that's sad. That's really sad. I'm sad to hear that. We were bringing a lot of people in a very healthy direction. And that's, what a priest, that's what a preacher does to people who ostensibly want the same outcome. The church, they want salvation. Here they want redemption and the recapture of our destiny, the claim. And many people have come away from that environment. They've come here. And they've aligned with who and what they really are. So it's sad to hear, but the money and the popularity is in slandering non-white people, in particular Jews and secondarily blacks, and then the other races sort of fall in under there somewhere. That's where the money and the popularity is. And this is how the new form of controlling the opposition to anti-whiteism is orchestrated, is through the audience, through the reward of the content creator. So a content creator need not know. I mean, it's the perfect scenario for the anti-white oligarchs is content creation, because in the past, people weren't able to get the perception of how many folks endorsed a specific, and that perception doesn't need to be real, but endorsed a specific idea or direction, etc. So it was harder back then. It was very often there were the way to do it. There were several ways, but ways to lead the opposition to anti-whiteism would be to outright own the guy in charge or guys in charge, or with him totally aware and part of the plan. And then a little bit more complicated was the financiers behind the scenes, which of course will continue. But the financiers need not be big money people behind the scenes anymore. That they're still there, though. There's one right now, and I don't know, maybe I'll share his name at some point. He's white. He's a white guy, and he is essentially paying other groups to platform the NJP. So he's coming in, he's giving them money, he's writing checks to them, and then he's saying, well, what I want is NJP here. So maybe I'll share his name at some point. I'm sure he'll sue me or something after that, but character defamation, I'm sure, something like this. But that's what's happening. Now, though, it's far this control of the message of the opposition for anti-whites is infinitely superior because they can act through anonymous accounts, and through those anonymous accounts, they provide finances, they provide radicalism, they provide, energetic voices about what everybody should be doing and following. They can hire slews of audience members, not going out there and finding somebody. I'm saying you hire anti-whites and then they make accounts and they become audience members. Then you give the perception of support by way of numbers. And those people can actually also show up for events, but also the financial reward. And people see, like people who want to create content, they see, well, who's getting the fame, who's getting the money, who's getting, etc., the perquisites of it. And then that will be what they imitate. Samuski says, damn straight, follow the money and you'll find the motivation and the source of it. So just also to be clear, I'm not saying that this white guy who is doing this or the Jewish guy that did that are undercover anti-whites. I'm not saying that. All right, see if over here on Cash App, we have the great First Last. Financially gifting $5. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Always a hero. All right. Let's take a look also at some of your comments here. Danunaki says, hey, Jason, this really is miracle working to have people from other backgrounds picking up the cause and utilizing the lexicon. Yeah, it really is. Thank you for that, brother. It really is. Blood and Soil says, in case you hadn't heard it in a while, thank you. I was so black-pilled until I discovered you. I'm righteously livid, but no longer hopeless. Your work is invaluable. I hope my quieter contributions to our people can inspire others as well by the stance I have, the message I convey are thunderous. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for that. Oops. Blood and Soil. Promethean Kitchen says, maybe you're the reincarnation of Delphi. Maybe that's why you're right all the time. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe so. I'm in touch with the spirit of the West. You all can do the same. Bring It Productions in the live chat says, from my current perspective, I feel there must be a meshing your message and theirs. The mainstream isn't giving us a voice. Well, yeah, that's what I tried to do, my brother, for decades. I tried for decades. And at no point was I or this message or anything lackluster or unworthy. We have done revolutionary things here. If you just look at this community, even from when I started live streaming and we formed here, and not including all of the years of my activism prior to that, just in these years, 5 years, we have inserted language into the societal conversation on our socio-political fate and state. Really, it's easy to like look at that now and be like, oh, wow, and just kind of ignore it or act like it was, play it down almost. I mean, you see all the time these people who will J-spurg and they want to badmouth Jews all the time. And they'll say, oh, well, it's got to be pushed out there. Because then everything changes. Except no, not in the way that they would like it to change or they think it will change. We have actually, and that is something that engenders intense jealousy and animosity from these people. Just intense. Everything that I have been arguing with them about, that I say this should be done, I think this can be done, when we experiment with this works, and if it works here, then it can work there, and it can be pushed. And very inspiring, because it didn't require, first of all, it was an actual tangible plan, an actual like workable plan. It wasn't a wish. It was like some of these guys, I see some of the people responding on Twitter to some of our champions, and I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Archangel or somebody, and making the arguments about what we do and how it works. And then I saw one guy right there, one of the kind of comments that I've heard 10,000 times, if once, and that is, we just need an all-white country, then it'll be fine. Oh, well, good for you. Good, thanks. Thanks for your absolutely worthless participation. Is that what we need? Oh, is that what we need? Okay. Well, first of all, even if you had that, we wouldn't be all good, because that's where we were and that's how we got here. So no. But, that's what's out there. So we have an actual tangible plan that makes rational and logical sense as I outline it to people, all of these folks. And no, not interested. I bring success stories to them, not interested. Even when we start having global success here, people in the white sympathetic sphere, not interested. In fact, there was an effort to, and I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, or I don't know if I made it very clear, but there was an effort to get me a speaking slot somewhere. And with all of this success, lives changed, lives saved, promotions, jobs gotten, people restarting their lives. The words that we're pushing, that we have a program going out into societal use, everything changed. Proof of concept repeatedly 10,000 times over. And no, not going to have him here, meaning me. Seriously. They'd rather hear on some LARPing. They'd rather hear about another take on immigration policy, how it's changed over time. Are you seriously kidding me? The white sympathetic sphere is a absolute farce of nothing but grifters. And they love throwing that word around. They'll call each other grifters. They call us grifters. They love throwing that around. But that is all they are. Fame, money, unbelievable. Like if we were a baseball team and somebody on our team, we all want to win the World Series, right? Somebody on our team comes up with a way to train our batters so that we will up our batting average. We will, more often we get up to bat, we'll get on base. And you need that to get points, right? You would investigate whether or not it could work. We would want that. We would all want that. And then if it was showing success, we would push it. We would all push it. We want to win the World Series. The exact opposite. So what do you think about these people now? I mean, I'm not happy. Mantis says, I see there is now some backtracking going on in some anti-white circles across social media. Thankfully, this young woman didn't just accept her fate and instead hired a lawyer and is fighting back. The lawyer has now produced documentation proving that she did indeed hire the bike. Oh, so this is going back to the pregnant woman in New York. Thank you very much for that, brother. This is an older comment about Matt Walsh. Cool Papa J Magic says, I have a comment on the recent Matt Walsh video about the new Indiana Jones movie that has 1.3 thousand likes and some good conversation in the thread. It was about exactly what you are saying, Jason, that these companies, Hollywood media, etc., don't care about money. They care about conforming to the ruling ideology, which is anti-whiteism. Many people get it. It just seems the misleadership wants to obfuscate as usual. I also have a second comment on the same video with almost 400 likes where I used the phrase anti-white mean pathogens. Yeah. Awesome, brother. Anna Speaks Out wrote under one of our streams that she caught her baby headbanging to the outro music. But you have to thank the great Four for that. Let's let Four know that Anna's baby was headbanging to his music. Franklin says, one guy who I remember called Go Free a cult when in conversation with me now agrees with nearly all your assessments regarding white sympathetics in court. Well, how about that? That's awesome, Franklin, that you brought him all the way around. So it was first a cult, and now he's like, well, I agree with all that. It all makes perfect sense now. Well done. Well done, champion. E. Essington says, I needed to hear this message tonight and needed the collective wisdom and wit of the chat. Well written, beautifully. Thank you. Bescape is with us. Wonderful to see you, a good sir. First Last is headed off to bed. A good night to you, good sir. Yes, it is after midnight. We gonna let it all hang out. It is indeed late. Red Pill for Real is with us. Yeah, we'll be ducking out of here shortly. J Magic says Jason's 10,000 IQ really showing in this stream. The event horizon, I see it. An ominously accurate term for what is coming over the hill. Gonna pick up the rest tomorrow, and I promise, maybe, that this will be my last comment here. It's on one of the older threads. God bless you, brother. What a champ. Can you imagine the state? Can you imagine what must be going through my mind? The state that resistance to anti-whiteism is in. I mean, you have like in the implicit, you have Buddy Brown's, Jason Aldean's. And then in the explicit, you have all of these white negatives who do everything they can to feed the drug of choice for their flock. More data on how all the other races are bad, more historical conversation about how things used to be and how they are now, more slandering of other groups out there, more description of who's behind it. Oh, Mestizo Scarf is here. Great to see you, brother. He says a question. How does a fictional white female antagonist redeem herself in today's anti-white entertainment? She's written to be in a relationship with a non-white female lead. Oh, my God. Yeah. Completely surrounded by this idiocy, by this evil. And then the kids, they come away from this, the little white kiddies, and they're so muddled, their thinking. They're so muddled. And you think you're going to tell them that, oh, the painter was right, or, hey, here's the maypole, and that's going to make the difference. They're going to perceive that you are this evil anomaly in the world. And then when their life, just not even from the views that you've shared, but when their life is just generally hard and wretched because they're white, they're going to blame you. You have to inoculate them. Imagine the audacity of that Jason guy. He says it's not enough that you have to inoculate the children with that lexicon. What a bastard he is. He's just doing it for himself. Yeah. All these people, their lives getting better. That's just for me. That's just for me. And on a deeper level, it serves my desire to free Western kind of anti-whiteism, which was the goal I set for myself, the purpose I set for myself way back when I was a child. So when I see people getting better in their lives, and I do feel good. You're damn right. When I see people decide that they're not going to commit suicide because they find go free and that enables them to see their value, you're damn right I feel good. Oh, but I saw another one in the Twitter. It's just endless. These idiots, the kinds of things that there's such these vagues that are brainwashed. There's such bots. There's such like unliving swine. And there's slander and then their boisterous support of whatever harmful thing it might be is like squealing of pigs and the braying of asses. That's all it is. That's all it is. Sabata says, thank you, Jason. This is one of the only good channels left here. Thank you, my friend. That's in the threads. I appreciate it. Jumping says this story made me so angry, like severely. It took me a long time to cool down from the rage. You can shout all kinds of stuff at the walls, but at the end of the day, the only response is to become infinitely more effective and committed in our activism to defeat these evil people. This is Jumping Pumper. This is brilliantly written. I'm going to read it again. Story made him so angry, severely angry. Took him a long time to cool down from the rage. You can shout all kinds of stuff at the walls. So many people out there shout in their houses, shouting at the walls. They shout in their garages. They shout when they're out the racetrack. They shout when they're out hunting. They shout about it. Sick of this. Sick of this. Well, then do something. At the end of the day, the only response is to become infinitely more effective and committed in our active people. On Elijah Schaefer's, I don't know if it's the most recent video, maybe Franklin can tell us. He asks his guest, or no, it was his guest, asked Elijah Schaefer, who do you think is successfully pushing back against all of this? And Elijah said, Nick Fuentes, because he's raising a question, for good or ill, that in the context of free speech should be addressed. And who was the other one he said? The abstractionist par excellence. Franklin said his comments were largely ignored. I mean, if y'all wanted to do something, that last stream, you could put comments in the threads there. The question was specifically asked, and maybe that guest that Elijah had on should have me suggested as a guest for him on his show. If he's wondering who's pushing back, who's successfully pushing back, what community is pushing back, well, successfully, there's only one. I mean, that's just a factual, tangible thing. Society is not going to start demanding that all Jewish people be rounded up and shipped out of the West. This is such an absurd, retardus thing. It is ridiculous. So he's done nothing. That's right. Sargon was the other one that Elijah said. Fuentes, because he's talking about negatively about Jews, which how many other people do that? I mean, it's kind of like ubiquitous. And Sargon, the abstractionist without end, just non-parel abstractionist, say anything but about the place that we're being attacked, where the West is being destroyed. Semuski says rightly here, that's the difference. We're not asking questions. We're making assertions. We refuse to be victimized. Precisely. Franklin says we should tell, I guess, Elijah about our recent victories. Yeah, I mean, I like Elijah. He's like a amiable guy. He's a friendly guy. Pardon me, his wife is nice. And I had a good time on the show with him. But I don't think if his statements there, in my view, because I don't think a rational person could say that speaking negatively about all Jewish people, not just anti-whites, but all Jewish people, speaking negatively about them is going to benefit anyone. I don't think a rational person can say that. even remotely, especially if you have any knowledge about other people who said negative things about them in a much healthier America, like Henry Ford, where he was the wealthiest guy there was. Nothing could stop him. And what good did that do for white people? Zero. It did nothing good for us. So there's no way that you can look at with whatever talents that Fuentes has and conclude, oh, well, this will be what does. No, Ford couldn't do it. And these others, they couldn't benefit white people by slandering all Jewish people. But Fuentes, I mean, seriously, he would not conclude that. What's happening, in my opinion, for Elijah, is that very aggressive element of Fuentes' community, and probably which a percentage of who knows what is going to be an anti-white operation, an anti-white op. And a segment of Elijah's own audience is going to also be anti-white op. And they're going to push in directions that are detrimental to resistance to anti-whiteism. You notice that these very aggressive elements that are saying, you better do this, you better talk about this, or you'll be getting slandered across the internet. You notice it's not for anything beneficial whatsoever. It's all harmful all the time. It's one of these things that is so palpable that it's stupefying that so many people just absolutely can't get it. And the bottom line is, I've explained many, many times, and I explained again recently, the only proof that you have when you see members of a non-white race come together to attack those who attack them, the only proof of anything that you have there is that they have something that we need, which is an identity of our individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. That's the only proof of that activity. That's it. So if you're jealous of that and you want to turn that into something else, well, then maybe that's what you're seeing there. But it's what pays. Nick has become a millionaire with this. And others have survived making a living over the course of their lives with it in the white sympathetic sphere. It pays to slander the other races with data. It pays to endlessly discuss immigration and immigration reform and immigration of the 1950s, and immigration of the 1850s. It pays to do a lot of things that don't do anything effective in our resistance to anti-whiteism. No millionaires showing up here. No millionaires getting made here. Sock is here and making a comment about Sargon has done a good job with his lotus eaters. Well, let me ask you, just to be clear, what exactly is the good? And he said that people are terrified of race realism. Well, we're not. I mean, that's race realism is what Jared Taylor does. And we're ending the victimization of white people. People are naturally, white people don't want to slander other races. It is unnatural for white people to not want to object to our victimization. We can remedy what is unnatural. You can't change what is natural, or it would take a much greater force than we're going to be able to exert from the bottom up. So people don't want to go to their families and be at the dinner table at Thanksgiving, for example, and say, "Oh, I've been reading Jared Taylor and now I'm a race realist. And did you know black people XYZ? There was this study and that study and they're just miserable. And did you know Hispanic people, and there was this study and that study about the crime rates?" People don't want to do that. The family members at the dinner table, they don't want to hear that. And it's not going to create a people. You'll still end up with a bunch of radical, selfish individualists. And that puts us in the state we were in that enabled all this to happen. So that means it doesn't fix the problem. That's why I've argued before in conversation that even if I, for conversation's sake, accept that all of this non-white people, all of them could be moved away, or they move away of their own volition. Even if I accept that, I can argue successfully that the exact same problems will persist. The exact same mechanisms that led to this state are still in place. So white people will sell out white people to other white people, to non-white people, and it'll just keep going because you don't have a people. You have to address the mechanism. And you can't do that with abstractions, because then you can never speak to the purpose of the ideology that's doing this, which is to inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization, our projection. When you abstractionize these things, as Carl Benjamin does, and so many others, he's not alone. Smart guys, not alone. When you do that, then it can be any people. Then it can be any, then it becomes this, aren't you going to pledge allegiance to a set of ideas, a set of complexities? And no, human beings don't do that. That's not what's working in the world around us. You don't see this multiracial group, for example, who is inspired by these complex philosophical interpretations, abstractions that are united on that basis and crushing everyone and everywhere else. You see people coming together on the spirit that comes from within. And the rest is this superficiality, what we put over top of what is base in very many ways. But you see, like the things I share with you all, where you all are, so many of you, like we just read here, 10,000 IQ, don't want to hear that at these conferences. No Carl Benjamin or any of his ilk would ever want to hear from me. Never. They would never platform me. They would never interview me. They would never say, come speak at my conference. Never. Would never happen. Because I make too much sense and I have success. Melissa is here. Welcome, sister. Great to see you. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, I thought race realism was about acknowledging we are different. Is there more to it? That's villain LARPing. Well, the white negativity. And this is the problem, my brother, with like these phrases: white nationalism, race realism, etc. If you adopt, like, just say, for example, like race realism, if you say that you are a race realist because you acknowledge differences in the races, that there are differences, you end up getting colored with all of the other interpretations. And some of them are borne out by legitimate activity. You'll find articles, plenty of articles written about using the term race realism that write ad nauseum about how awful this group is and how awful that group is, and then how we can't live together. And so then people will say to you, so you're saying that all these other groups are awful, they're all evil, they're all awful, and that we can't live amongst each other. And then they'll just ignore you outright. So you see how it's a non-starter? You know, like we said before, as we recapture our destiny at different levels, we don't know exactly what things are going to look like, but we know that there'll be less and less victimization of our people. That's the direction we need to be going. You don't want to give somebody an outcome that is going to cause them to immediately reject you and not listen to another word. The anti-whites, as vehemently anti-white as anti-whiteism is, I can't think of many times that they've told the public, oh, there'll be no white people. They don't make sci-fi movies where there are no white people, where finally our nirvana has been achieved. There are no white people here. No, they say it's going to be, everybody's going to hold hands. They're going to sing around. Everybody's going to be happy. There'll be no starvation. There'll be no misery. There'll be hate will be gone. You know, all of this sort of thing. That's the image that they present. So do you see how quickly they would have turned so many white people off if they had said, well, there'll be no white people? Thomas Jones writes, I love how Jason is a warrior, a poet, and a scholar, just like those that built the West in the past. Most LARPing leaders are either just meatheads. Most LARPers are either just meatheads or sound like they swallowed a book on statistics. It's the combination that counts. I appreciate that, Thomas. I should definitely share these on a bigger scale. Warrior, poet, scholar. First last in a thread. He went on to bed, but we're reading him from the thread. Whites cannot convert anti-whites 100%, nor vagues 99.9%, with videos of violence or data or books of stats. Whites can win over vagues with a moral imperative, a new story that centers white victimization. Brilliantly written, good sir. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, when he was an anti-white, he was writing, a story in the future where no one was white because he felt it would be realistic, but it felt wrong for some reason that he cannot explain. Well, that's your biospirit, brother. Yeah, absolutely. Sock went on to say that Sargon is anti-immigration. He says these are certainly new ideas. A lot of this makes sense. Cool. Thank you. I always honor a reasonable man or woman of the West. Now again, imagine these conversations like we're having here, and I'm sharing these things, and the content creators in the white sympathetic sphere all deciding no one should hear this. Imagine that. Where does that come from? So we have been here, folks, for a long roll-in. It was glorious, though, and we are going to be back. Let me just make sure. Oh, my goodness. Thank God I made sure. Whew. Please, before we wrap it up, we need to get some raucous emojis out. Make sure you get out your gems for this lady, because she really deserves lots of gems, many gems, for the one and only Mrs. Jess Horst. God bless you, sister, showing up here, writing this. Hail, sir, hail, Western kind. God bless you, dear lady. 007s for the great Mrs. Jess Horst. We know her. Proud lady. 007, 795s. 50 white well-being dollars here at the end of our roll-in going free. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jess Horst. I love it. I love it. I love it. You are one of our absolute best. What a surprise here at the end of the night. Over there on Entropy, too. Thank you so much, the great Mrs. Jess Horst. 50 white well-being dollars. What a testimonial. And there's Franklin coming in. A true champ, celebrating the great Mrs. Jess Horst. There's Elaine. There's Semuski. I love it. All of you champions. Let me throw in some an 007 for the great Mrs. Jess Horst. Amazing. Truly amazing woman, amazing family. And we are so very lucky to have them in service to white well-being going free, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take dedicated people who are giving their time and energies and making a difference in the world. God bless you, sister. God bless you. Let me see over here. Okay, looks like we haven't missed anything there. Wow, that put a smile on my face. Thank you. Yeah, gems for Mrs. Jess Horst. Sock saying, keep up the good work. Absolutely. Elaine going to watch and replay. Big salute, Mrs. Jess Horst. Thank you so much. I hope maybe you found some tools here today that you'll be able to take and persuade the folks in your life. You'll be able to give to your wonderful children so that they can persuade the folks in their lives and pass on to what will be your grandchildren. And we'll change everything as a consequence. Oh, my God. No Wankill Clips just showed up with an 07. So wonderful. Champions. Oh, there's Mrs. Jess Horst. She says, I love you all. Love our folk. Much love in return, dear sister. God bless everybody who financially gifted, everybody who contributed tonight, everybody who's out there in service to white well-being, doing remarkable things, being champs in their world, changing themselves. Big, obviously, gratitude to Clips and Ace, $100 financial gifts apiece. Thank you all so much. It's difficult. We're not going to get a lot of help, and that makes the victory so much sweeter. I will be back on Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our Going Free gathering. Make sure you are there. There are, how many of us right now? Roughly, depending if the number is right, there are roughly 83 of us. The world is ours. Roll out.
It's